Behind my back. I hope it's hard to decide. It's a late for apologies. It's going down. All right. Sorry, that was a longer vamp than I normally do. Hello. Hello and welcome to the Saturday Void. Welcome to the void, everyone. Actually, hold on, let me get my water. The void is still here, but let me get my water. Oh, that would hurt. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, my throat's kind of. Oh, actually, you know what? I might have to crank this up a little bit more. How's that sound? Is that like too? I think it's too like sensitive, right? If I no, let me test my audio real quick. No, I think it sounds fine, right? Sounds fine. Okay. Okay. Yes, Queen. It sounds fine. Okay. Great. 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 Yeah, because yesterday I honestly I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did, but somehow my voice started escaping me. I was going on a streak, you guys. I had a streak of keeping my voice, and then yesterday I just said no. But speaking of yesterday, how was everyone's Halloween? I do again. I apologize if my voice sounds any kind of weird or it's like harder to hear. If I start eating my microphone, you know why. Oh, that didn't hurt so bad actually. Don't celebrate Halloween. Is that like a religious thing or more of just like a personal thing? You ate a ton of candy. Oh, I get it. You guys are 12. Understood. Understood. Bunch of children in this. Which makes sense, you know, we're all a little bit childish. I think I'm almost done double checking my book, plus a 4 hour movie, pick up your comments. Oh, you had a productive day. I was just at work all day. I went to work yesterday from 9 to well, I was okay, here's what happened my day yesterday, okay? So on Fridays, well, not anymore, but like my last schedule, on Fridays I got off early. I got off at 11 a.m. But my coworker called out sick. So I'd say I cover his shift, which is the same place I was at. And then they're like, hey, can you cover his other client? I'm like, okay, because, you know, I do need money. And I was like, hey, I'll do it. But like, instead of like the whole like 5 hour shift, I can do like 3 hours, have a Halloween party to go to. It's like, no problem. I had to stay until like 8 o'clock. And then I couldn't do my costume. So I went just straight to my Halloween party. But my last shift was what I think what really threw my voice out. Not threw my voice out. That's not an expression. Made my voice like blow out a little bit. I had to deal with the Doctor Rizzi for a physical and least in the end of the movie. I mean, let's just saw a movie. I haven't seen the movie in a hot minute. Last movie I saw was I don't even remember. I think I saw I did see Ballerina, but I feel like that was the most recent movie I saw in theaters. I forget. I'm sure it was a good and memorable film, and I simply just cannot remember what it was. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm sure it was a great film. I just, my brain's not there. Uh, no, NPC. There we go. Yes. Okay. So I think, not I think, but we are going to do a react video today. I know we didn't do one last week because the ADHD kicked in, and I forgot. But we're gonna do some of that. We're also gonna play some games because I really want to play Ninja Gaiden, and I haven't gotten to any gaming. Oh, you know what? I just remembered the last movie I saw in theaters was Demon Slayer. That's why. I think I didn't recognize it because I already read the series, so it wasn't like something new to me. But that was in fact the last movie I saw in theaters, was Demon Slayer. Because I had seen Superman prior to that. And then I haven't seen a Chainsaw Man movie yet. People tell me I should watch it. I'm like, I might. I'm the kind of person though, for the most part, like if I really read the source material, but if it's like an anime thing, I'm not really pressed to watch like the films, but if I have time to watch it, I'll watch it. I'm just not certain I will, you know, actually have the time to watch it. Sorry, I should have been a good content creator slash streamer and had things ready to go, but I didn't because I don't. So a little bit of vamping, a little bit of chatting, little chit chats. Oh yeah, I need to do my game thing. So let's do game deal. Bring up here. Also, the void thing's not going to be like a permanent thing. I wanted to do like kind of like a throwback I used to do when I had like a green screen background, but I like forgot to get an actual green screen image, so we're just doing a void for now. And I had time to do it, but I just forgot about it. What else I want to talk about today? There are also some things I do want to talk about. I mean, naturally, that's why I fucking stream and people come here. But I do think, first off, I think we are so fucking cooked. We are so fucking cooked. I keep seeing AI videos of just like the most like AI-ish shit, and people are falling for it. And I am like, I don't know what to think as a society. I think we're done. So what's going to look like from the green screen? Just like my older videos where I had like just like a room, like a background. Nothing too distracting. Just something, just not a black void. Yeah, not only just the AI videos of like the fake AIs of, well, here's the thing, right? AI has been used in some of the worst ways that we knew were possible, and I knew exactly how it would be like presented, because historically speaking, whenever people can make up shit about black people, minorities in general, but specifically black people, they will do so. Like you had the myth of the welfare queen, right, from Ronald Reagan. That person never existed, right? Who was that person in his imagination? A black woman who had like 8 baby daddies and was living off welfare checks. Doesn't exist. And then, if you want a more recent example, the J.D. Vance and the Haitians eating the cats, eating the dogs, right? Complete fabrication. Admitted to it, right? Said he made up the story, but because he wanted to bring attention to what was happening in fucking Ohio, right? And so what we've been seeing now, though, because of you know, the democratization of technology, especially deepfakes and like AI, you're seeing people create black people who don't exist or using black people's faces and having them do shit like I don't know if you guys remember that whole DoorDash thing where like there was a female DoorDasher, she went to the front door and this guy like fell asleep with his junk out, which is sexual assault, because how many people fall asleep with their door wide as open after they order food with their junk out? And they had a bunch of fake black people, like literally fake AI black people on TikTok, just defending her. I'm sorry, not defending her, attacking her, defending the guy who ordered the DoorDash, the sexual offender. And then I saw a video here. Here's what I saw, honestly. Here's what I fucking saw, where I was just like, there's no way. Yeah.
In a bright pink bathing suit on a,
like I saw this. And I was like, there ain't no way. There ain't no way people think this is real. Like, look at this shit. Look at this shit.
over Brand Boulevard right now. That is the suspect, an extremely large woman in a bright pink bathing suit on a horse, still traveling southbound in the northbound lanes. You can see drivers diving out of the way, patrol units right behind.
And like people were thinking this is real. This shit says POCIGE. Like it's like I know people aren't gonna do what I do and like break shit down. A lot of people aren't terminally online. They don't watch a bunch of visual effects videos and shit like that to be like to spot this fake in an instant. Like I will say the lighting is pretty even around. Like the sun, there's a source of lights coming from the same direction, so that gives it more believability. But then it's like, why would the police sirens not be on? Why would they be coming from two different sides of the street? What street is this? Why is that car in front of the police car just going crazy like normally, as if there isn't someone riding a horse in the middle of the road? You know what I mean? Like it's like
now that is the suspect, an extremely large woman in a bright pink bathing.
And then it's like this part right here. The car apparently just touches whatever generic vehicle this is.
Bright.
It slowly pushes it out the way in one frame.
Over Brand Boulevard, bright pink bathing suit on bright pink bathing.
God damn, so short. Like in one frame.
Large woman in a
See how it slightly nudges it? Yeah, it's nudged. And then in the next frame, it's completely flipped over and like blown up. Like right there. Right? As I pause it, you see these cars doing the Agent Smith fucking like, you know, separation. And the biggest sign is it says Higgsfield AI. Right.
Bathing suit on a horse, still traveling southbound in the north.
And it's just like, okay. Still can't believe this is the real thing that happened. And it's like, everyone's like, this is AI, right? This is AI. But before, they weren't saying that. They were saying shit like, Bonquisha went jungle mode. Remember when that big fat black lady sued the stable because she was too fat to get on the horses? Anyway, I be up on horses, y'all. Like, spiritual pressure. Dead ass poor fucking horse. The horse ain't no horse that strong. And it's just like they're saying, oh, because she's a big fat black person, there's no way the horse can support that. And my whole thing is, notice how it's always black people. Notice how they will always use this shit to demean black people, whether it's to make us look like we're only criminals, or it's like, hey, we have this new technology. We're going to have these fake AI generated influencers, making them black. One of the, what company was it? Like the first like black model, and it was like a black woman. The first like AI model. Yeah, it's like Shudu. Yeah. Look at this. The world's first black AI supermodel is a black woman, but her creator is a white man who reaps the profit. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like they will commodify black people, black language, black bodies, and all this stuff. They hate us, but they love us to make money off. They love taking our culture. They love taking our skin. Like literally. This woman doesn't exist. This is not a real woman, right? It is an AI creation made by a white person. Creator Cameron James Wilson, a white man, is being criticized for profiting off a black model's digital career. And the fact that people are like paying them to do this. Like it's stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's just as dumb as this person saying, oh, this creates more opportunities for black models. No, it wouldn't. Because they're literally showing how replaceable we are. That they could just make us. Like, well, like that's what I'm talking about. Like every time they use AI for something, it's never been used for like, hey, this is going to be the betterment of society. It's always, oh, hey, we can make people do shit we want them to do now without having to pay them. Beyond the obvious implications of like what the access to that technology would lead to in terms of being able to deepfake people doing shit that did not happen, and now to do it to a degree of, if we don't have a watermark on it, to a degree of plausibility, how much that can rain fucking chaos on our judicial system, which is already shady to begin with. You can have videos of people saying things they've never said. Like, for example, because I also saw this shit and I was like, yo, like we are for real cooked. Like we are we're it's so over. It's never been more over for us. I gotta find it. Yeah, like this shit. Get ready for this. If you have seen it, don't spoil it.
I've been doing calculations, as well as looking back at old NASA footage and raw data from satellites hovering above Earth. And I just can't escape the conclusion that the Earth might actually be flat. That's not me. It was never me. Those aren't my words. That's what's called a deep fake.
Now, again, terminally online. What am I drinking out of? I'm drinking out of Magic. This is a non-sponsored ad, so a non-sponsored stream, so I can't show what I'm drinking out. I'm so sorry. But this now again, like I was talking about earlier, I watch a lot of visual effects shit, like a lot of visual effects shit. So I could tell, for example, this is a deep fake because of the teeth, the way his teeth right here are sort of clipping into his lip, the spacing of it, the way that his eyes look, the smudging sort of like feathering effect on his head, like right around here. This is a bunch of images composited together. But in motion,
I've been doing calculations.
You could attribute that to like artifacts, right? It could be compression because it's a shitty website. It could be so many things. You could ignore that, right?
As well as looking back,
and if you ignore that,
NASA footage and raw data,
this seems completely real
above Earth. And I just can't escape the conclusion that the Earth might actually be flat.
So even this part to me looks kind of weird, like Uncanny Valley. The mouth when he says it might actually be flat, like this shit. How it just sort of just like gums together.
Be flat.
But again, I'm going frame by frame because it stands out to my eye because I see this shit a lot. But on just a simple pass through, someone could believe that Neil deGrasse Tyson, world-known astrophysicist, suddenly believes the Earth is flat. Like, and a lot of people are like, you know, this is that they know it's not real. But a lot of people also don't know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is. So for all they know, they could be like, hey, look, this science dude, they say he's a scientist, and he said the Earth is flat. Again, Neil deGrasse Tyson's, at least his scientific reputation, precedes him. So most people who either know of him would be like, that would never happen. But what I'm getting at, a large swath of people don't know who he is. He's well known in the scientific community, but he's not like Taylor Swift, you know what I mean? So like this could do so much damage to someone. Let's say he's a nobody. Let's say it was just some dude. Let's say this is like a professor at like fucking Stanford or Harvard or CSUN or whatever. And then this gets out in the community. And there's no watermark. And there's no one to debunk it. Like this could ruin you. There actually, if you guys watch Internet Today, I'm sorry, my memory's really bad right now. They had a video where they were covering a topic where a school principal was fired for some like AI shit that he didn't do. It's like school principal fired for AI. Yeah, look at this shit. The racist AI deepfake that fooled and divided a community. When audio clip appeared to show a local school principal making derogatory comments, it went viral online, sparked death threats against the educator, and sent ripples through a suburb outside the city of Baltimore. But it was soon exposed as a fake, manipulated AI. So why do people still believe it's real? I seriously don't understand why I have to constantly put up with these dumbasses here every day. Which honestly, I feel so seen in this statement. But even if something gets exposed as fake, right? The fallout, is incalculable. You don't know what's going to reach people first. That's this story, that this is all fake, or that people are like, this dude was a racist. Mind you, there are official news sites covering it, but we all know the trust in news institutions in this country is at an all-time low. So a lot of people aren't even reading traditional media, right? So they're hearing it through most likely influencers who are on a particular political spectrum, side of the political spectrum. So they're getting all sorts of information. And this is someone who did nothing wrong, right? Like, this is the world that we're in now. Like, you quite literally can't trust anything you see or hear. For all you guys know, I could have been AI this whole fucking time. I could have been defaked. You don't know, right? And it's scary like that. Are the deepfakes from Trey Parker and Matt Company? So, but they're probably not publicly available, but it doesn't matter at this point. Like, you just saw there. Okay, so here's how this works. Whenever there is a breakthrough in new technology that's like sort of like in its nascent stages, they will let people go crazy with it. Like, see what's happening with like ChatGPT, all those like image generation things. They will let people use that shit for free because the product is the end result. They're feeding it so much data that their like language learning model or their generative model is able to build up a library quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker, and then they can make money off of it, right? And we've been seeing, unfortunately, huge advancements in these things to the point where you have to have a pretty decent eye now to be able to spot like, that's fake, that never happened. So it doesn't even have to be an expensive thing. By design, they're going to make it free. So like, that's what we're seeing. And you're already seeing the negative outcomes it has on people's lives. You can literally ruin a complete stranger's life. It's worse than any sort of Photoshop someone could do. It's worse, I would say, even than like, hell, pertaining to patch yourself with someone else like online, like a catfish. Because you're not saying, this is what this person's doing. You may be taking someone's face and image, right? And like slapping it on the email and be like, yeah, this is me. But you're not using their likeness and their voice and making them say things that most people couldn't corroborate because the person you're imitating isn't a famous person. That was a fucking school teacher. And I was a principal. I'm watching it on the second screen, my phone. It doesn't look like it's lagging, but. And it's like, these tech bros will be like, no, it's this good. This is good technology. And because we have a Reddit-ass government, we have no safeguards. Even we had a non-Reddit government, we had barely any safeguards. Our government's always reactive, very, very slow to act, very, very slow to be proactive. So we have no protections here, like at all. Like, you could sue for like, I don't know, defamation, but that you know, is a whole other can of worms. You have to have a different level of proof, a burden of proof to fucking sue for defamation, or I didn't do that to this person. You have to find a person, you have to get, like, there's so much that goes into it. Does it matter if it's AI? You could spin misinformation more convincing. Hell, if you New York Times had, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we were already at a point where people can just lie. Hello, most of my content is me debunking people actively lying, which I'll be doing today too. But you can just actively lie, but now you can even sell the lie by having video of people doing the things you need them to do in order to make your lie more solid. And again, a lot of people just look, remember you guys, we are in a time where people don't even read articles. They just look at the headlines and go, oh, okay, that's gizmo. So if someone's just scrolling through and they're going to be like, oh my God, TTBN said that all white people are the devil. Listen, here's his audio. And it's not something I've ever actually said. Who's going to know that? Like, who's actually going to realize that? Who's actually going to know that I didn't say that? Right? Like, that could be someone's first introduction to my stuff. Someone manipulated my content, or not just from like the YouTube side, but it could be more serious than that. It could be like, hey, we have a video image of you stealing from this place. Because it's not just like boomers falling for this shit. It's like people who are my age, possibly even younger, falling for this dumbass shit, making this stuff. We have no protections from this. It's just fucking, oh man, like, oh boy. And that's not even like what I even wanted to talk about. I just, see, ADHD just kicked in. That wasn't even what I wanted to talk about. It just came up. It just came up. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Welcome. This is what I wanted to talk about. This is what I wanted to talk about. Okay, so you guys know that I am not a big fan of capitalism, right? You guys understand that, like, that's kind of like my my whole thing. One of my whole things. I bring this up. Sorry for a long pause. I had to make sure the website was actually correct. But I bring this up because we saw a huge fucking bloodbath recently. And I didn't get a chance to talk about it because I usually watch the weekends when I'm on stream. I can kind of just like free flow talk about it. Now, this is from the Times of India, but it's just obviously it's impressions everywhere. The tech industry, which is a part of video games, right? That's why I'm talking about this. The tech industry recently decided to lay off over 100,000 jobs. Right, and the most recent run was like 12,000 people from Amazon got let go, which led to people getting let go from Twitch. People from Microsoft got let go. And this reminds me of a conversation I saw online before where people were talking about, like, how come games don't feel like they used to? How come games feel like they're worse, right? And I'm not talking about worse in terms of like, oh, everything's being woke. No. That's not true, right? I'm talking about like, oh, these games are incomplete, or like, how come this game from 10 years ago was able to do this shit, was more optimized than a game in 2025? I've been thinking about that, and I want to read this first, and I'll tell you my conclusion, because I think this kind of leads into this. Amazon is cutting up to 14,000 corporate positions, representing nearly 4% of its 350,000 corporate employee base, in what marks the e-commerce giant's largest layoff event on record. Notifications began late October 2025, with jobs eliminated across Amazon Web Services, operations, human resources, and other business units. CEO Andy Jassy cited the transition to AI-driven processes, overexpansion during previous years, and the urgent need to streamline management layers as the primary drivers behind these unprecedented cuts. The decision reflects Amazon's push to run the company like the world's largest startup, according to Beth Galetti, SVP of People, Experience, and Technology. While the reduction affects less than 2% of the Amazon's total global workforce, it follows years of belt tightening since the pandemic, which the company has already reduced its workforce by approximately 27,000 employees since the start of 2022. The cuts come as rapid advances in artificial intelligence fundamentally change how Amazon operates, with the company betting heavily on automation to maintain its competitive edge while improving operational efficiency and profit margins. So this part just means they want to be able to make boatloads of money without paying people. That's it. That's all that means. Which leads me back to the conversation I saw before. Why are video games? Why does it feel like we are losing, abilities? Why we can't be as efficient or as optimal as we used to be? It's because we fucking fire them. Like that's it. Like that's why. Like We fired them. The job talent goes away because we fired them. We fired them. That's it. It's not some big complicated like, oh, people don't know, like, well, in a sense, yeah, because people are no longer senior developers. A lot of them are like juniors or younger, and they quite simply don't have the mentorship to develop these skills. Either it's you make a good game, your studio gets shut down, your studio gets bought out, or, you know, you make a good game, it sells well, and that's it, you're done. We no longer have creatives in control of creating. We have executives making these decisions. You have executives trying to look at the bottom line, and they say, hey, we can use AI to do all of this shit now. Even though if you watched any of my videos talking about AI, or if you were here last week when I showed you that video of that the video game that was so coherent, right? You'll see that they're nowhere near that, but it's close enough. It's close enough because, again, these are executives talking. They think they can just, like, in like Hollywood terms, they can fix it in post. We'll just have the AI generate this shit. We'll have the AI determine the workflow. We'll have the AI make this story, but we'll have the AI do all this stuff. And then if we need to tweak it, we'll have a skeleton crew to do that, right? That's why. That's why gaming feels different now. That's why I believe games come out, and especially now are going to come out even more so broken at release. Because they're competing not with other game companies. They're competing with like technologies. They're trying to jump onto this AI trend. Every tech company now, every tech company is an AI. Every single one. Every single one. Doesn't matter. Google, Microsoft, Amazon, fucking Netflix, Spotify, literally anything that has to technology now is AI. My editing software that I use, Wondershell Filmora, has been pushing AI all the time on me. Like all the time. Anytime I open up a project file, it will do AI. It updates almost every week now. It tries to get me to update my program every week because there's a new AI feature. You can animate pictures now. You can do this. You can do that. They're trying to push AI, and not just in like editing software. You go onto Google. Obviously, you guys have been on the internet. You go into Google. You can't find a fucking search with that guided AI. I use Canva to make my thumbnails. Canva has AI. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. This is the thumbnail for today's stream. Granted, I didn't spend too much time on it, right? But right here, Canva, hello, you can use AI and comments to ask Canva to do things like rewrite our polished writings, create or update images. To get started, just type at Canva in comments and ask me to do something. And while, yes, this isn't the same as generative AI, it is still nonetheless a rather intrusive thing they've added. The way they've implemented it is rather intrusive because this unread comment is still here. Comment resolved. Undo. Ask Canva. It's so pervasive that even a thumbnail editing software, graphic design software, is pushing AI. I hate it. I hate so much where we're at, man. I hate so much where we're at. Even listen, I've checked out the AI summaries, you know, for certain things, something I know to be correct. But like even like for my own videos, I'll look at the summary. I'm like, I have to go, that's incorrect. That's not correct. That's incorrect. A lot of the times, especially the YouTube AI will attribute my critique of a content creator or what I'm reacting to as like my opinion. So they'll be like, oh, let me rephrase that. Sorry. Like they will have me have a video. I do my reactions, right? And then someone will say something crazy and then they'll attribute that to me. If you guys saw my community post a while ago, you saw that the AI on Reddit thinks I'm conservative because most of my content is about me debunking these conservative grifters. But it doesn't know that. So it says that I'm controversial because I'm conservative. And if there are people who rely on that stuff, they're going to have the wrong impression of me, right? And I'm like, we're a technology, like, it's not even, I think it's too is like, back in the day when technology was being released, there was like heavy R&D. Like they would research and they would do trials and trials and trials and trials and trials, and then they would release something. And then we got into the stage of early access where I was like, hey, you can pay for this, but we promise you we're still working on it. So it's going to be different than the end result, but paying for it really helps support, you know, the game development process. Okay, fine. But now we're at a point where we are basically beta testing their technologies for them. Like, oh, here's some random generative AI thing. Put your pictures in. Hey, ask us to generate things. Hey, use this filter on your real picture. So we're definitely not taking that as data points. Like we're not even getting finished products. We're getting betas, if that. And mind you, when I'm talking about AI, I don't mean the AI we've been using for decades. I want to make that very, very clear. I'm talking about these language learning models, these LLMs, ChatGPTs, the open AIs. I'm talking about these generative AIs. Because that's the AI they're talking about. They're not talking about like a fucking computer program that helps you organize your thoughts. They're talking about a program that will generate thinking and then you do what it says. Art's not expensive. Though, it's like, art's not expensive. Like, think about that. What do you think you'd have more access to? A pen and a paper or a software? You can get pen and paper. You can pick up the pen and start drawing and get better at it. You absolutely can. AI is not some, that's the thing, like, that's the thing too. Like, AI is not this great equalizer. Yeah, it's not an equalizer. Pen and paper. I guarantee you have pen and paper. Right? The word is be pricey. I would even say like AI is, but like we were talking earlier, most AI programs at this point are fucking free because they need you to help them build their portfolio. The entire process of art, the entire point of art is human expression, right? Specifically, you as a human, your expression. The issue is people want the end results of art quickly, but don't want to go through the process of getting to that point. It's the digital equivalent of taking just like Ozempic, right? You don't want to actually, no, be some caveats. I'm sure there's people who have medical conditions where they need to take Ozempic. I'm not talking about that, but like I'm talking about the more common day usage, right? You don't want to put in the work of like dieting and exercising and lifting weights and doing all that shit, right? To lose the weight slowly. But you want that end result. So you're taking Ozempic. You're suppressing your appetite. You're doing all these things. That's what AI is. That's what I'm talking about. See, but you prove my point. No one wants to see your skill, what you put in a book to sell as a product. They want your personal art. First off, you don't know that. I mean, there's artists whose initial scribbles have sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars because of what they eventually became. But people see that progress. You couldn't even sell the AI book of art. You have no copyright to that. Anything generated from the AI would technically, as proved in my court case, belong to the AI and not you, the person. So someone could just take that shit wholesale and sell it also. You'd have no rights to that. Yeah, like, and the purpose of art like that, like drawings and paintings, isn't to be commodified. You make the art because you want to make it. You can't say like, oh, no one's gonna want to see my art because it's bad. That's subjective. There are people who think, let me put it this way, there are people who think Ichiro Oda's art is disgusting. They think it's ugly. They think his art sucks. They think Ichiro Oda is not a good artist. And he has the #1 selling manga of all time. Art is subjective, man. Baki has some grotesque looking physiques, man. And I say as a Baki fan, that intrigues me. It interests me. It makes me actually want to watch the series. But I wouldn't expect people to look at Baki and be like, these are fucking fantastic models. They're so attractive. They're intriguing because you get to get a glimpse of like the author themselves. That's what I'm saying. Like, art tells you about the person too. I'm sure that the author of Baki and most artists are trained in like the classical sense, right? So like they know anatomy, positioning, all that stuff too. I'm sure they could create the most lifelike imagery. They could do fucking photorealistic images. But that's boring. This is personality. And that's what all artists have. They have personality. Even the ones that look really good, which is just they look more like real people, there is still personality to it. Because you have Vagabond, right? From Inoue. Because you have this beautiful art. Fantastic art. Like, this is not finished. Because we'll never finish this. But it's fantastic, beautiful art. There is no AI in the world that could capture the intensity, the spirit, the artistry of this. There is simply none. And you can tell. You can tell. So I don't ever buy into the reasoning of like, oh, well, AI makes things easier. It doesn't. Because first off, if anything, you have to put, in a sense, more effort into using the AI program because you have to write a series of prompts to get it to approximate an idea you have in your head when you could go brain to hand to paper and get exactly what you want down there. But again, people are focused too much on the end result and not the process of it. And that's what makes it hollow. That's when you end up with this is when you end up with shit like this. Okay? This is where you get, where is it? I saw this and I had to keep it on my page because I was like, this is, oh, here it is. Nope, that's Luka Doncic. That's me flexing, looking fucking strong, man. Looking so strong, man. This is how you end up. I'm going to show you two things. Okay? I'm going to show you a clip from obviously that's Absolute Baller. Let's do... I'll just do... This might be a little bit of a spoiler. Cypher. Okay, so here's this. I'm gonna show you this shit, okay? This is gangster. I'm gonna show you this right now. Not even the best animated fight in the whole series. Not even close. But look at that work, right? And look at this. Do you see what I mean when I say hollow? Could an animated series like Castle be made with AI? Here's the answer. AI videos are getting better every week. Yes, this is almost at a professional level. This is Oscar AI. These are AI artist, right? They think that this, because in their eyes, any advancement in technology, no matter how minute, puts them closer and closer and closer to be able to capture the majesty of like an actual human produced product. And I'm telling you, this shit, forget the fact that this is obviously based off Castlevania. Even if you're looking at it in motion, it looks terrible. But these guys, oh my God. But these guys don't care about the process. They care about the end result. They don't care that it's hollow. It's a simulacrum. Because as long as it looks like something, that's good enough. This guy is spinning a lightning whip that seems to just magnetize to his hand. The camera is just rotating from wherever. Each frame is alternating between designs. And it's like he's like just sliding across. And people can pick up on that. Human beings are really good at tracking things moving. We can tell when something seems off. Compared to the shit I showed you from 5 years ago. Again, I tell you something. I want to tell you guys something. The reason why it will never match that is because animation is not just done by one person. You have a series of animators who do cuts. So especially on larger productions, you have different animators that do different cuts. And each animator has their own little flair. So you might have someone where they do more impact frames, right? You might have someone where they're good at weight, at conveying a sense of weight. They might have excellent timing. So there's a thing in animation called timing, where you wait a beat or you extend a beat for a certain effect. There are things that you have to understand about animation as a whole that a computer will never get. What a computer can do is be precise. I mean, in general, because those images were shitty, but it can be precise. You can use Blender, you can use Unreal, you can use 3D modeling software, and you will get the exact image you want that you created every single time. Barring some bugs, you'll get it every single time. It's really good at repetitive ideas and motions. In filming, you have robotic camera arms that can do the same sweeping movements, which they do when they're like, most of the time when you have filming something at scale, like when you're filming a miniature, you want to have the camera do a certain movement continuously so that it doesn't feel like suddenly things are smaller or bigger depending on what you're doing. But all of that is a team effort. And it's individuals with their own unique expression that helps do that. And AI can't do that. You can't have a team of AIs animating something. Because they can't delineate the task. They can't. It simply cannot be done. But what they're saying is they don't want that. They want to be able to produce an anime, as if it's so fucking easy to do that, mind you, to produce an anime. Just using AI to either get rid of all the artists or most of the artists based off of other people's artwork and their effort and their skills, and then just plop out something so completely hollow and generic. That's why, I know, so I went an hour-long tangent, but that's why I get so upset when I see articles and it's like, yeah, we just laid off 40,000 people because who needs a creative director? Who needs an animation supervisor? Who needs these developers when we can just look at what Dark Souls did, put it in the Dark Soulsalizer, and then just spit it out? Yes, exactly. They'll be like, this would have taken the animation crew 6 years to finish. I did it in 4 seconds. I'm like, yeah, I can fucking tell you did it in 4 seconds, dude. I can tell you did it in 4 seconds. Because what is this? If you guys weren't here last week, I'm going to show you this. And if you were here, then you know I'm going with this. But there was a game, a quote unquote game, that this person was like, oh yeah, we are super close to making something super fucking coherent. And it's just like, what? No, you're not. You're not at all, actually. But again, these are people who want to just distill things into being this like product. Everything's a product. The process doesn't matter because everything is meant for consumption and we have no respect for the work put into it. Just give me the results. And I personally hate that shit because it's never good results too. Like when you have a good team, right? Whether it's like your animators, work, whatever, when you have a good team, things just hit different, y'all. Things just are just different. Things feel better. You can feel like if you guys watch sports, for example. I'm a Lakers fan, so I'm long suffering. But like the Lakers right now have really good team chemistry. You can see people are engaged. You can see people are happy. I was also a Lakers fan during the three-peat era where people were not happy when Shaq and Kobe didn't get along. And the minute they lost, they blew everything up. But you could tell that season that things behind the scenes were affecting them, right? But the end result for the first two seasons was just, we won a championship, who cares? But that was always the problem, the chemistry. It was not there anymore. So when they didn't win and when he didn't solve everything, they blew it up. When you have a team that works together in animation, whether it's video games or like movies or just TV shows or whatever, when their team works well together, now you have that chemistry, you have that fucking synergy, it translates to the end product. You can tell people were having fun doing this. I don't know if you guys remember a while ago when I was talking about how even like shitty games, there's developers who are passionate about it and they'll like do things like, oh, here's an animation they didn't have to do, but like clearly they were having fun with this animation. You don't get that from AI. There's no little fun little, oh, look at the way this character's idle animation is different when they have this weapon versus this weapon. There's no like, oh, look at how they interact with each other after a battle if they have more than X HP. The AI can't do that. That's not an efficient model. That's not something they would ever think to do. And I am simply flabbergasted that I lost the freaking thing I wanted to show. Oh no, I found it. Jesus Christ. I gotta stop tweeting so goddamn much. So yeah. So here's, once again, here is oh my god, his name is at ChatGPT21. But here is the future they want for video games, okay? Here's the future these guys fucking want for gaming. Where did it go? There we go. This is what they want. This is what they think. This is what they think will replace teams. Yep. This is what they want. They want Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, Uncharted 3. Like, I don't. And it's like, I've seen student products. I've literally played student projects with more cohesion than this. I've seen 20-year-old game demos that have more cohesion than this. Like, this is... And this is supposed to, like, expedite things.
They've got a chopper on us. Find some cover now.
They got a chopper on us. Find some cover now. My brother in Christ, you are underground. You already have the cover. But, like, this is what these people want. They're like, oh man. And then not the developers, this is what the executives want. The executives don't give a shit. They just want the end product. People who use AI art, they don't give a shit. They just want an end product, because any artist worth their goddamn salt would not post that and be like, look how awesome and great this is. That is dog shit. But we have this mentality where it's like jingling keys. Oh, this is shinier and better because it's shinier, you see. Look, it used to look like shit, but now it looks better. But it's not accomplishing anything. Like, they're looking at shit like, oh, well, the graphics are better. So what? How many games have you guys seen or played where the graphics were amazing, but the game fucking sucked? Like, those are the people we have to deal with now in this space, in that terms. Those are the people who think the games with the bestest, most advanced graphics are the best games, and games with PS2 looking graphics are terrible games. Those are the people with that same mentality who are ruining gaming. That's why I get so fucking mad when you have these mouth breathers who are like, the real reason gaming is bad because it's woke, dude. Like, they will get so close. They will get so close to like critiquing capitalism and then just hard pivot. And you must have seen this by now, when you have people talking about like, these game developers or these game publishers are lazy. They're just selling us the same product over and over with slight upgrades, or they're nickeling and diming us with this microtransactions. But then instead of taking that and applying that to the apparatus as a whole, they'll go, and that's why Microsoft is failing. Because only Microsoft does those things. Only Microsoft, because Microsoft had that 1 week where they were woke and they had Black History Month games during February for some reason I don't want to analyze. So that's why they're doing bad. But the Japanese companies would never do that. Japanese companies will famously never nickel and dime their characters or their audiences. There's never been a video game series or game that paywall the actual true ending of a video game. That's never happened because they're not Microsoft, you see. What's this in my background? What game just popped up? Weird. Why would Azure's Wrath pop up when I'm talking about a Japanese company that paywalled the true ending? Japanese companies don't do that. Only the wokey Microsoft companies do that. The Eastern companies would never do those practices. Like, but again, they get so close to it, but a lot of them have to maintain that. Oh, well, it's because, you know, DEI. That's why. They will get they would get danger close to being like, damn, maybe a capitalistic system is inherently compatible with expression, because expression should not be commodified. It should be spread out and everyone should have access to it. And trying to, you know, turn that into a product sanitizes it and produces something that has less human heart behind it and is more corporate, right? And people conceal that. Like, no, they're like, well, no, it's because Microsoft is losing money. It's like, it's because they have women working at Sucker Punch. That's why it's bad. That's why the company closed down. It wasn't because, you know, the tech industry laid off 100,000 people in 2025. I'm sure that massive layoff had nothing to do with the quality we're getting now. I'm sure that the highlighting of AI in every section of this article has nothing to do with companies getting rid of all these people. It's because the games were bad, you guys. That's why. That's why it happened. But also, speaking of Microsoft, Microsoft had a great fiscal year, and for its trouble, CEO Satya Nadella is being compensated to a tune of $96 million, up 22% compared to his $79 million last year. Nadal's windfall arrives in the wake of the AI boom that Microsoft has been so keen on driving with its hardware, software, data centers, and partnerships. In July, Microsoft became the second company to hit $4 trillion market cap. $4 trillion, you guys. They had a really good fiscal year. Such a good fiscal year, in fact, that they, only ended up laying off 9,000 employees. What a great man. What a fucking great time to be into the game industries. I can't imagine why we seem to have a mass exodus of talent leaving the gaming space. Couldn't imagine why we're not running games as optimally as we used to 10 years ago. I have no idea why all that knowledge just disappeared overnight. Who knows it? Who knows? Who knows, you guys? It's a complete mystery to me. Exportation in Japan? Studio Mappa. What? No, you guys, they don't do exportation in Japan. That's only a woke Western ideal. There's no exportation in Japan. The Japanese animation industry famously pays very well, and they treat their employees super well, okay? Because they don't have to pay for diversity hires, so they have all the money. Okay, I gotta stop being so facetious because people are gonna think I'm being serious. But yeah, like these are the issues. Like people want to make things simpler than what they are, especially in the gaming arena. Gamers have this allergy to looking at the big picture and understanding how things affect each other, which is crazy because lots of video games work on those very same mechanics. You look at people who play like MMOs, for example, right? And they will tell you which skills to get for your class because of synergy reasons. Like, hey, we are doing a WoW, we're running a raid, we're gonna need like healers and like attack. I don't play WoW, but like healers, tanks, DPS, right? And we're gonna need this particular class and these skills because I'm gonna run this character. If I run this tank, I need this to happen in order to draw more aggro. It's like, oh, so you understand how each individual thing plays a part in a larger product, right? You understand how when people don't do their roles, whether it's the leader of the guild, the person calling the raid or whatever, or the healers or whatever, how it can have a detrimental effect on everything. But the second you have to apply that to the actual hobby you're partaking in, it's, whoa, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that Donald Trump doing tariffs against the countries that supply the chips to our country and therefore would be creating a shortage, you mean to tell me that's going to affect my ability to buy a new graphics card? You're telling me my console prices are more expensive not because of the migrants in this country, but because we put a import tax on everything, and then they're going to make us pay the cost? What? But that's politics. Politics can't affect my hobby because if my hobby is just video games, and video games are just a small little baby thing. Who cares about video games? It's not a multi-billion-dollar industry or anything. People don't look at video games like that. That's for like the tech side. And video games, that's not tech because I get to pew-pew with people and look at my waifus and do upskirts. Like... That's exactly why I read some conservative. I know. I gotta stop being so fucking sarcastic. But like, you see my frustration, right? Like there's a very clear straight line between the anger that a lot of I will say this. I do think there is a lot of anger in the gaming community. In fact, I think we can agree on that, no matter if you hate me or not. There is a lot of anger in the gaming community, but so much of that anger is misplaced. And it's continuously misplaced because there are actors, bad actors, who benefit from misplaced anger. I promise you, we would have a much better overall online gaming community if people were just like on these companies' asses. Like, hey, why are you laying off 20,000 people after you just purported $4 trillion market space or market share? You just made $79 million this year. You're having a good fiscal year. Why did you shut down these 6 studios? Like, if we were putting pressure on them like that, we'd have a much better and more robust community. But like I said before, there are people who have a vested interest in making sure that you are wrong, you're mad at the wrong people, which is a perfect transition to a frequent guest on this show. And when I say guest, I don't mean like someone I actually like. I mean someone I talk about because it's kind of hard not to talk about. It's Asmongold. We're gonna talk Asmongold for a little bit. Okay, I'm sorry. I did call this stream Infinite Brain Rot. So, oh shit, the Dodgers are tied 4-4. Hell yeah. Sorry. Not neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. But yes, we're talking about people who have a vested interest in making sure you are angry. One of those people is in fact Asmongold. And where is this? Yes, this video right here. So, set this up. When I say we would have a better overall community, what I mean is that we would have more outlets, we'd have more voices to voice our frustration with. A lot of grifters want you mad at games journalists. They do. They want you mad to the point where if I even talk about games journalism, I will automatically be called a shill. I will automatically be called like, you know, oh, you're doing it because you're friends with Alyssa or whatever, right? Or you're friends with Alana or whatever, right? Or you're simping for them was more accurate what they always call me, a simp, right? But if we have an already in place apparatus that can send out a lot of information at once that people go to, why would you not want to use that and amplify that, right? But the problem is gamers, for some reason, which I truly don't know why, hate anything organized unless they feel like they are part of the organization. What I mean by that is they will look at like Kotaku, IGN, Polygon, really most of the major publishing outlets that are still around, and they will go, that's the enemy because they're corporate. But then when those corporate enemies do articles talking about this is why Blizzard sucks, this is why Ubisoft sucks, you get information that you would have never gotten access to, ever. None of your grifter friends, none of your grifter favorites, content creators would have ever broken those stories. And that gives you insight. And that should let you know that they are not looking out for the interest of these large corporations. At the very least, the reporters aren't. Obviously, these websites need funding. They need money. So there are some parent company, not funnels, that funds to them, right? And they have to do certain things, run certain ads, et cetera, et cetera. But the actual reporting, if that was the case and the whole of the games journalists was in a pocket of these corporations, you would have never had like Jason Schreier breaking the story about Blizzard. You would never have any breaking story about any of these companies. That like that should tell you they're at least on the side, if not your side, you don't believe, the side of truth or transparency. So this is the preamble I'm giving you, because there are people like who we're going to show right now who think the press as a whole is your enemy.
And every press tell people don't let Nazi take power. Don't ever listen to the press. The press is the enemy of the people. These international organizations like the UN and the WEF, those are also enemies of the people.
The UN and the WF and all free press are enemies of the people. This is a person, for some godforsaken reason, with tremendous weight online, which is why I often talk about him. People think I'm doing this because I'm clout chasing or whatever. It's like, no, dude. It's shitty to say, and I hate to use an example, but if there was like a giant black hole that was sucking up the planet and people were talking about it, you wouldn't be like, oh my God, you guys are just so focused on the black hole because you guys have nothing else better to do. It's like, no, bitch. It's because this destructive entity is affecting literally everything. And if I'm not being clear, he's the black hole in this example. And the things he's affecting are, you know, gaming and honestly, people's political leanings, I guess. But for him to say something so straight up fascist, to be like, the press is the enemy of the people, that these are your enemies, this is someone who wants you mad. This is someone who has a vested interest in making you a worse person. And he does zero research, and just says things. But people, gamers especially, think this makes him authentic. Asmongold's a grifter, one of the biggest ones. He has no fucking convictions. He doesn't stand for anything.
They exist purely to subvert your goals, to destroy your country, and to advance their own globalist agenda.
Again, everything he said is just straight up fascist Nazi talking points. They exist to destroy your goals, your hopes, your dreams, your country, and push their agendas. The free press, what's their agenda? Like, that's what I'm saying. They don't even explain what they're talking about. It's just nebulous. They wanted to get rid of your goals, man. The news wants to make sure that their agenda, which if you thought for 2 seconds, like, well, there's different news sources, there's different types of reporting. How could there be a uniform agenda if a lot of the reports coming out conflict each other? But again, you can't take that step with people like this. They want you stuck right here in the surface level, where it's just, they want you scared. So they're going to use scare tactics. See, they are quiet about Ghost of Yote. Of course they're quiet of Ghost of Yote, dude. Because Ghost of Yote was a success, so they can't say anything about it.
Those are also enemies of the people. They exist purely to subvert your goals, to destroy your country, and to advance their own globalist agenda. They don't care about France. They don't care about your culture. They don't care about your religion. They don't care about your history. They don't care about anything about you. All they care about is using you as a vehicle to advance some worldview they have.
I want you guys to hold on to that part where he said, I want you guys to keep that tucked in here, okay? That part where you talked about they want to, like, right here, this part.
Care about your history. They don't care about anything about you. All they care about is using you as a vehicle to advance some worldview they have. Never listen to any of them. If it was up to me, they would all be defunded and probably just made illegal, because they're effectively government organizations that are working against the people. That's it. I would never fund a single fucking cent. That's what I would do. These international organizations that want to complain about human rights have no loyalty to anything other than their ideology. They have no loyalty to any group of people. They have no loyalty.
Now, before I get an aneurysm, I'm gonna take a breath. In one sentence, in one contradictory sentence, he says the people who want to complain about human rights have no loyalty to people.
Human rights have no loyalty to anything other than their ideology.
Ideologies.
They have no loyalty to any group of people. They have no loyalty to any country. They have no loyalty to any culture. All they do is sit around and complain. Human rights? Get the fuck out of here.
Human rights? Get the fuck out of here. This is, now, if you guys remember, there was a certain someone who I won't say, who's in this chat, possibly right now, who was getting on me when my last stream when I was talking about this man and how I was focusing too much on him and not about, Emery's situation, which I was getting to. It's Emery and Miskiff. This is why I do that, by the way, because how can you believe a person who says human rights, get the fuck out of here? How can you believe a person who believes that the free press, that the press news in general is bad. He should be defunded. He wouldn't fund it. He doesn't care about that. The same news outlets that carried, you know, or the same press that carried the information about Imaru and her Misk be the piece of shit, which amplified, which helped spread that message. He's saying he would get rid of those things. He would fund those things, because he didn't just say, you know, I don't like this website. He said in totality. He's talking about news organizations as a whole. That means any level. That means video game news, sports news, any news at that level. How am I to believe this man is sincere when he makes a video talking about how he wish he could have, you know, done more for Emory or whatever, when not only do we have this, but we've also seen him talking about that very video that he reacted to, and he teased it like it was an upcoming film. This is what I mean when I say these people don't have convictions. These people don't have any set of morals. They are grifters. They will say whatever they can say that will give them money, which in this terms is views, because they will pander to whatever audience it is socially acceptable or politically acceptable to pander to. He wasn't saying this shit 3 years ago. He wasn't. But now that his audience is fully Nazis, he can go hog wild. And he did. That wasn't him being hog wild, by the way. Like, that was him being, I guess, normal wild, normal hog. Because this is what I really want to show. Mind you, he said that the press wants to spread an agenda. That's all they care about. Their own, to use you as a vessel to spread your own agenda. Okay? That's what he said. And now let's listen to him. Let's listen to him now.
And so that's it. America is not white people's land. That's Europe. Whoa, it is. It is. It absolutely is white people's land. We fought a war over it. And, duh, it got conquered. What? Absolutely it is. It's been our land for hundreds of years. Of course. Obviously. It got conquered, yes. And so that...
So, question then. Whose agenda are you pushing here then? Because you didn't say, like, you said this.
And so that's it. America is not white people's land. That's Europe. Whoa, it is. It is. It absolutely is white people's land. We fought a war over it.
America is white people's land, you guys. But I'm not pushing an agenda. Because I'm not the press. I'm just a guy who's rotting before your very eyes. I'm not the press. But America is white people's land. I'm not pushing an agenda or anything, though. And as far as what war he's referring to, your guess is as good as mine, because we didn't fight wars to make this white people's land, as he puts it. We did genocide. We did genocide. Colonial Americans did a genocide. Wars imply there is a balance or between the two sides, that there is a tit for tat, a back and forth. That's that. If one side completely steamrolls the other side through either underhand techniques or, you know, deception or whatever, that's not a war. Like, that's not a war, right? You did a genocide, and then you forced people who were indigenous to this land to leave. That's not a war. War crime, potentially. Not a war, though. But this is the guy. This is the guy who is saying that the press is your enemy. And the next breath is talking about how America's white people's actually fought a war over it. Now, the only war I could possibly think he's talking about is the Civil War, which, again, was not about land.
Duh, it got conquered. What? Absolutely it is. It's been our land for hundreds of years.
Been our land for hundreds of years. And again, he's talking about white people, not Americans. He's saying America is white people land, and it's been their land for hundreds of years. Doesn't matter if you're a white person who immigrated here. Nope, this has been your land for hundreds of years. But the people who were here before, fuck them. This is the guy I'm supposed to believe gives a shit about what happened to the whole Mizkif Emmer thing. I don't believe that. This is the guy who complains about video games being too woke, who complains about, there being too many minorities. His chat's the same way, somehow even worse. They see a black person on screen in a game, it's DEI, woke, 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 woke. See a woman, it's woke, it's woke, it's woke, it's woke, it's woke. Right? That's who he is. That's who he is. That is who he is. And of course, his defenders. Recanting history is not being racist. I think you mean recounting. You're also intentionally misquoting what he said. It's not we fought a war of it, but rather because we fought a war to conquer it. That's not what he said. That's not what he said. I love when people do this shit. Zach is pretty base, but as with everyone, we sometimes say things that aren't fully considered or sound strange out of context. He's not far off, and it's about time we start talking about Anglo rights and respect. Like, this is the audience he is cultivating. This is the audience he is cultivating. Racism, white supremacy. So when you hear him talk about shit like, oh, what's this, for example?
If you really want to be are these girls really in it for the love of the game? I don't think that they are. I don't think so, guys. I don't think they're even trying. Yeah, I mean, you put on a face mask and now everybody's supposed to get mad because you've got chicken? No, if you really want to get people, if you really want to be a racist, you've got to try harder than this, okay? I've seen the Instagram reels nowadays, the level of racism that people need in order to like really be like, wow, that was really impressively racist. Like, this is not even close. It's not even close, man. What was this here? Is this fake racism? Yeah. It's like, yeah, most people on EBT are white women. Well, I don't know if that's most people. I don't think, I think that there might be a plurality of them, but not a majority.
No, that's true. Most white people are beneficiaries of EBT, of SNAP, of all those things. But he doesn't do any research. So, see, you notice how, like, anytime someone brings anything up that is not the best about white people, he's so crazy about, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but he has none of that charitability for any other minority group.
But, who knows? So this girl, what is this here?
Food stamps that nigga. Y'all niggas hate black people.
She doesn't even use the hard R and you're doing blackface? Come on. Come on.
And not only is she the wrong messenger for this, but Asmongold should not be doing well. Well, they're not trying hard enough. Because, and here's like the big one I wanted to get to. And it's this one.
Side.
This is what we're talking about. He's a big fan of Nick Fuentes. So, of course, he's going to react to Nick Fuentes being on the Tucker Carlson show.
This is controversial, but they have to crush the other side.
I'll let this play, by the way.
That's right. Oh, that's right. 100 fucking %.
Oh, thank you for the subscription.
They have to, because you can do one of two things. You cannot challenge the left.
That's
and
right.
let them do their thing.
And then they're going to just run you over, and eventually when they get power, they're going to crush you.
Or you can
What's in my ghost cup?
Confront them and defeat them.
Blood.
And
destroy them completely. Destroy everything about them. Put the mayors in jail. Put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition. Put all of the people that were doing the shit in front of the detention centers. put them in mandatory prison labor camps. Any of them that are violent, authorize the police officers to respond with violence to them. Immediately, completely shut it down. Bring in the military if you need to. Bring in the National Guard. Do whatever you need to do. Look and find out who's funding this. Take those people, charge them with incitement for terrorism.
He's still gonna keep
put
going.
them in Guantanamo Bay. Like, I'm talking about scorched earth, Old Testament. Get them the fuck out. That's what I would do. Thank God. Super prison? Yeah. So basically the Republic is dead? No, the Republic is alive. An election was held, and the will of the people is being upheld.
Remove.
Donald Trump's approval ratings are hold on, wait, how are the Dodgers doing? Oh, 4 still. Donald Trump's approval rating are bad. His approval ratings are bad. Trump's arrogance may finally be catching up to him as approval ratings hit new low. Donald Trump's approval rating has hit a new low. According to the latest poll from Economist/YouGov, only 39% of Americans approve of Trump's handling of the presidency, while 58% disapprove. The 19-point gap puts the president's approval at its lowest point since he retook the White House in January. But what was he saying about this being the will of the people? Something about that, right?
Remove hope.
So basically the Republic is dead? No, the Republic is alive. An election was held, and the will of the people is being upheld.
Remove hope from the
Woe
equation.
the people.
If you resist, you will be arrested.
That's
like
right.
we're just this
exactly,
isn't it.
yes. Make it to where there is not even a possibility that you're going to get away with it.
Mind you, he is talking about the government, the fascist government, because Asmongold is a fascist, right? He's talking about the government. He claims he's a centrist, but clearly a fascist. He wants the government to stamp out any ideals it doesn't like, essentially the left. He wants them to be able to imprison mayors. He wants them to be able to get Democratic leaders, anyone who voices basically any sort of opposition to the right? Any sort of ideological opponents, and he wants them to put in labor camps. He's also advocated for state violence, right? Because what cowards like him do is they want their bloodthirst slated, so they will hide behind the violence that the state is sanctioned to do and encourage said violence against fellow citizens. He wants that. He's always wanted that. This bloodthirsty piece of shit is who Asmongold is. He has no redeemable qualities. And I think his fans are also pieces of shit, right? Because they openly defend him and support this. This man doesn't even know what the word republic means, because that is not how a republic works. In a republic, especially one with democracy and freedom of speech and a constitution that ensures basic rights for people, you can't do that, and you shouldn't want that. But he doesn't care about any of that stuff too. He's a coward. He's a small man who sits at his house all day, afraid of the real world, who needs his safe space on the internet so he can feel brave enough to say this shit. He would never say this in public. He would never say this in public. Because he doesn't have convictions. What Asmongold does is grift. Now, mind you, I do think he is a piece of shit. I do think he likes when people suffer. He's shown that much consistently. But there is a part of him who's playing into a character of an unhinged, insane person. Again, whether it's a little bit or a lot, irrelevant. He's playing his character. But what I care more about is the outcome of what he's doing. Because he, unfortunately, I said before, has a gigantic platform. And so whenever he gives attention to anyone, whether it's on his ideological side or not, a large amount of the online communities will flock to that person, right? And so this guy who we just showed, right, who essentially does not care about people, hates people, only looks at them as entertainment and content, right? Likes human suffering. He's telling you that the free press is the enemy of the people. That's what he said in the other video I showed you, that the free press is the true, these international organizations that care about human rights are the real enemy, but not him. But not him. He is not evil. He's not a horrible person. No, that's the international organizations that care about human rights. That's what he's saying. He's also a big fan of Nick Fuentes, a white supremacist. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is not me slandering him. He has said it himself. Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist, white nationalist. Proudly. America First is his. He's a white nationalist who's on Tucker Carlson, and Asmongold wants to be on his show. He wants to talk to Nick Fuentes. Like, he might have Nick Fuentes on his streams. Yeah, Nick Fuentes is I mean, listen, like I tell people, white supremacy does not care who espouses its ideals. It just wants them espoused. And when you call people who participate in ideologies that care nothing for them as useful idiots. So like Nick Fuentes is a useful idiot. It's no different than Enrico Tarek, a brown man, being the leader of the Proud Boys. It gives them a level of protection because, like, hey, we're not racist. Look, we have a Mexican dude or a Latino man or a black person saying this shit. We're not racist. It's no different than saying, I'm not sexist. I have lots of female friends. I just think Andrew Tate speaks the truth and is smart and right. Like, that's the guy. The guy who says that he doesn't fucking shower. The guy who says America is white people's land. Like, this is the guy, this roach man. And you know it's bad when XQC has a better understanding as a Canadian than Asmongold does as American.
Right? And then the population morphs into a mixed population, and that's always going to be there. It could be American, non-white. That's still your country. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it was mostly white people, but so what though?
I'm not talking because the audio for him is really low for some reason.
Even if it was most, saying that it's white people's land is kind of odd, because that creates a sentiment that people that are white feel like they have more of a claim to where they live at, and they want to outcast people that aren't white, and it's just odd. I'm sorry, it's odd. You can call me woke all you want, I don't give a shit. It creates a resistance in people's minds that they're somehow still in a form superior just for being white. Buddy, a lot of people around you might be more American than you.
Miss you.
Right? And they're not white at all.
Agahi.
How are they any less American than you are? They're not. So don't let this brain rot you. What?
Don't let this brain rot you. They can be just as American or more American than you. Their whiteness has nothing to do with it, which is obviously true. I was born and raised in America. I am as American as literally anyone else. But according to Asmongold, this is not my country. This is white people's country. And the reason why I went through all of that is twofold. First off, is to explain the mindset of people. So when you see them saying certain things, you don't take this needlessly charitable approach because you understand where they're coming from. You see the kind of rhetoric he puts out, the people he idolizes or a platform, and the people he attacks. He doesn't like human rights. He hates the news. But he likes Nick Fuentes. He clearly likes Tucker Carlson, and he likes people suffering. Listen, you heard the glee in which he described what he would do if he was in charge. How much he loves the fact that the president deports people. Like there's a bounty of clips of Asmongold just gleefully talking about how human suffering is what gets him off, okay? Yeah, he's an enemy of bathing too. But like, didn't his people get killed? Yes, supposedly. Most violence that happens in this country when it comes to political violence is from the right wing, like by an insane margin. And me being me, I'm going to actually show evidence of that and not just say that and be like, trust me, bro. Like, I'm not gonna just say, trust me, bro, you know? This is from PBS NewsHour. Analysis of what data shows about political extremist violence. I was skimming it before I showed you this, guys. So political violence, violence, define political violence. And then you have patterns in incidents and fatalities. Based on government and independent analysis, right-wing and extremist violence has been responsible for the overwhelming majority of fatalities, amounting to approximately 75 to 80% of the U.S. domestic terrorism deaths since 2001. The vast, almost exclusively percentage of people who have committed domestic terrorists were right-wing. Those type of cases include 2015 Charleston church shooting, with on the roof, Oklahoma City bombing, El Paso Walmart massacre, which I think I talked about a couple of streams ago, 2018 Tree of Life synagogue attack in Pittsburgh. By contrast, left-wing extremist incidents, including those tied to anarchist or environmental movements, have made about 10 to 50% of incidents and less than 5% of fatalities. Examples include the Animal Liberation Front and the Earth Liberation Front, arson, vandalism campaigns from 1990s and 2000s, and then the Seattle May Day protest 2016, when the anarchist groups and other demonstrators clashed with the police. The clash resulted in multiple injuries and arrests. In 2016, 5 Dallas police officers were murdered by a heavily armored sniper who was targeting white police officers. So, like, that is the most violent it's been. And not just from the data they were able to suss out. The vast majority is right wing. But again, like I've been saying, these people live in an alternate reality. They don't care about truth or facts. That's why they hate the news. The news brings facts. Some of it biased, of course, because people are human, but the news brings facts. And you can try to, debate the veracity of it, but the news is more objective. All right. They don't like the news. They hate the news. He's told you he doesn't like the news. So this is the framework, and with not just Asmongold, but with grifters like him, especially people who follow him, this is the framework they're working with. This is the framework they're working with. And I want you guys to be really, 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 really aware of that. Because then when I show you stuff like, remember I made that video about the gooning Civil War and how quickly they were turning on each other and eating, you guys talking about now, how they were turning on each other and eating each other, right? That is the framework in which they work from. If you are an ideological enemy, there is no amount of truth or reality that would change that. You could have been side by side with them. Look what happened to Melanie Mack. She even did blackface, for crying out loud. Digital, but still, she did blackface. She did all the things that they're supposed to like and do, right? But then the second she stepped out of line by going to a My Chemical Romance concert, suddenly enemy number one, her career's dead. She now just does poorly read Bible lines, Bible verses. Like, that's the framework of these people. It's so insane. And then when you hear them talk about like human issues, and people go, see, they care, they're real. It's like, these motherfuckers think human rights are bad. They think if you're a woman, you should be legally forced to stay with your abuser if you got married. Like, that's their mindset. Asmongold thinks you should be put in fucking labor mines, not only if you are like a leftist, but also if you have a low IQ. He thinks that Palestinians come from an inferior culture. He wants to see migrants, whether people are legal or illegal, doesn't matter to him, get rounded up. And he wants to go on those trips with them and catch them like he's a Pokemon trainer. These are all things he's said. I've done videos on this. You guys can go check him out if you don't believe me. But this is the framework which they're working in. And the reason why I'm really harping on Asmongold, because like I mentioned before, when he has a lot of social power, unfortunately. So when he gives someone attention, they can be harassed for decades, it feels like, at least on online terms, or they can be astroturfed to hell. Which brings me to the person we're going to be reacting to, maybe once or twice. This is a content creator by the name of The Background NPC. And I want you guys to look at something. This person hasn't been on YouTube long. 27 videos total. I believe they started their account this year in 2025. Okay? Already has 216,000 subscribers, which is a lot to have in such a short amount of time. Oh, what happened here? Asmongold reacted to a video, and then suddenly she had an influx, a massive spike in subscriber count. It wouldn't be unfair to say that he literally astroturfed this account. He sent his followers here. And what I find very, very, very interesting is the dramatic shift in content. We're not going to play all these videos, right? We're not going to play all these videos. But this was the video. I did watch it. This is the video that got her onto, that got her into the, you know, the fray, that put her on the radar. 231,000 views, right? Talking about the problem with women in gaming and why it's killing hype. This isn't necessarily a bad video. People are allowed to have their opinions. I don't care about that, right? But it is pretty much a soft launch. Like, we can just talk about this section here. This is actually just a 10-minute video. We can do this. We can do this. So here we go. Here we go.
To spiral here. In every other kind of media, shows, books, movies, we expect characters to be these complex, emotionally layered, and oftentimes attractive people. CD Projekt Red gave us Geralt in a bathtub, and the entire internet said, absolute cinema. But when a female game character is hotter, suddenly it's like the studio committed some kind of war crime. And
so you can see already the beginnings of the grift appeal, right? You could smell it. How she suddenly went from talking about Geralt being in the bathtub, people are saying that's cinema, reducing Geralt to just being like, oh, he's a track out, and that's why people like him immediately by the comparison, and then trying to say that when women are attractive, people have a problem with that, which is logically illogical. It makes no sense. We live in the world, right? We share the same world. Maybe not the same reality all the time, but we share the same world. There's never been a point in time, in history of any media, where a person being attractive was seen as bad. Just never. That's never been the case. It's never been the case. It's a fiction. It's made up. Also, I realized on the stream, I am covering her face, but that's not my fault. I'm not going to move.
somewhere between 2014 and now, these types of women just started disappearing more and more from our Western games. You know, women who had beauty and charm and mystery, lip gloss, and the ability to just ruin your life with a single.
Again, like, it's not true, right? Like, nothing she said in that section was true. We didn't get rid of attractive women. We didn't get rid of women who could ruin your life at a look. That's simply not the case. She's showing some characters that are literally from the time period in which she said they didn't exist. Marvel Spider-Man, for example, didn't come out like 10 years ago, right? That's Mary Jane Watson. Marvel Spider-Man, if I remember off the top of my head correctly, came out in 2018. September 7th, 2018. And what she said was that They don't exist anymore.
Flaws and the ability to beauty started disappearing. And somewhere between 2014 and now, these types of women just started disappearing more and more from our Western games. You know, women who had beauty.
Also, isn't that Lara Croft? Isn't that also from like 2014? No, like 2010, right? That was the 2010 version, right? That 2013. So she says somewhere between 2014. They had a sequel series. They had 2 other games come out. You had what, Shadow the Tomb Raider? Shadow the Tomb Raider, which had to come out after that 2018, the same year as Mary Jane in Marvel Spider-Man. And she's saying that between 2014 and now, and the first character she shows is in a game that existed after 2014.
And charm and mystery, lip gloss.
Lip gloss. What the fuck? Remember when women used to wear lip gloss, right? And what's the point? No, exactly, right? Another thing she's missing is the fact that RPGs with character creators exist. And you make the character however you want to make it. Like she's showing like,
and the ability to just ruin your life with.
She's showing Skyrim as if you can't make your own ugly ass characters.
The single dialogue option. So let's talk about the modern female protagonist. How did you feel when I said that? Yeah, that's what I thought. Typically, they're more emotionally walled off. They're vaguely angry, honestly.
I love the fact that, so like she's one of the like soft-spoken grifters. So this is something new on this channel, right? Where I'm actually talking about a woman who I knew about for a while, and I was hoping she wouldn't go down the full grifter route because she did other videos where she was focusing more on like the romantic aspects of games or whatever. But this is her first video on her channel, and she's already jumping on this is a bald woman, therefore she's angry. Mind you, you guys have probably seen the Intergalactic trailer. You know, fuck it. Let's just do a comparison. She's saying she's angry, right?
Oh, he's hiding out around the Imperium moon.
Excellent.
How is that excellent? He's next to fucking Imperia. No one has left that planet in over 600 years. Anyone who even flies close to it is never heard from again.
This doesn't look like a person who's angry to me, though.
Superstitions say
right? Maybe overly confident. Kind of cute. I mean, touch on Gabriel. The Tati Gabriel is fucking hot, so.
Can you please claim him? I don't need another hunter swooping in.
But.
Thank you.
Looks scared to me here. Backing himself up, whatever. But vaguely angry is a very interesting word to use when talking about a female person of color. That wasn't lost on me.
The modern female protagonist. How did you feel when I said that? Yeah, that's what I thought. Typically, they're more emotionally walled off. They're vaguely angry.
Like, again, she could have used any other female character. She could use any other female character that actually has come out. Hell, she could have used fucking Siri. Vaguely angry, emotionally walled off. She has reasons to be. But she uses a character that quite literally doesn't exist in the framework that she's trying to put out there because we don't know what this character is about fully at all. But what does she see? Minority, bald woman. Oh, she must be angry. Black bald woman, gotta be angry. And for the people who can be like, I'm looking too much into this, when she showed the pictures of Mary Jane, she was saying words that matched the words that matched the pictures on screen on purpose. That's how editing works.
Absolute cinema. But when a female game character, somewhere between 2014 and now, these types of women just started disappearing more and more from our Western games. You know, women who had beauty, so
she's talking about Lara Croft.
Charm and mystery.
Lip gloss.
Lip gloss, and showing Mary Jane lip gloss. So she's intentionally doing this So it's not a mistake.
Joy, and they normally just their
That when she talks about that.
walled off. They're vaguely
Using minority anger.
Honestly, me too. They have tactical everything, tragic backstories, but a lot of times won't talk about it with you. Muted color palettes and no cute hairstyles or makeup or joy, and they normally display more masculine traits. And
So do you notice how she used every single character that every grifter has been talking about? Every fucking single one. She uses, of course, that one frame from like the early trailer of Fable, and they don't show any of the other frames from that Fable thing. She talks about
backstories, but a lot of times.
And then also the way she's talking about the women, she's basically saying that her whole argument, because I've seen this video for the most part, her whole argument is that the women aren't as feminine as she would like it, and her femininity is defined as can't be like male protagonists. If you're a woman, you can't be emotionally walled up. You must be emotionally forthcoming. You cannot have a tragic backstory unless you want to tell everyone. You can't do things. You can't do things if you want to be a female character that male characters do. You just can't. That's her stance. Sorry, I'm getting a text message about the Dodgers game. And like, did you watch all the way through? Hell yeah. I was watching on my TV over here. That's why I was distracted, you guys. I wasn't a good content creator. My Dodgers, baby. Will Smith. Will Smith, baby. Walk off homer, baby. Can I break the flow for a second, you guys? Can I break the flow for a second? Can I break the flow for a second? Because the Dodgers just won the fucking World Series. Let's go. I'm going to have to edit around this so hard, but the Dodgers just won, baby. Back-to-back, baby. Back-to-back champions, baby. What's up? Okay, now we're going to now we're going to go back to this. Don't worry, I remembered. I remember where I was at. I remember where I was at. I remember what I was at, okay? So like when that's her whole viewpoint on female characters, which again, you're allowed to have. Like I truly, well, I don't agree with that assessment. I can't tell you can't have that as an opinion, but it's the framing that she uses, because then, like I said before, she uses all of the grifters imagery. Like it's like a meme in a sense, right? Where if you're in it's a dog whistle. If you know, you know. That's why she was sending this video. Oh, how did it make you feel when I said modern audience or modern females? I know, right? Like she knows, but she's using like the soft kind of pastel gamer cozy vibes to sort of filter that through that lens. But I'm onto you.
Won't talk about it with you. Muted color palettes and no cute hairstyles.
Muted color palettes is such a dumb complaint though. I'm so sorry. Like what the fuck? Women, you remember, have you guys ever seen that clip where it's like that guy's talking about women are supposed to be like nice to us? And like, here, I'll just show you. Fable again. It's always Fable. Like women are supposed to be soft, like. It's that one. Oh, please tell me I can have it. No, it's oh, not breast tissue. Oh my god. No. Cartoon. Fuck. No, it's so funny. I gotta do this. The editing. I'm making this shit so hard for me to edit. No, it's women's supposed to love us. That's supposed to be. No, the car. What the fuck was that show? Hold on, chat. Hold on. I gotta find this now. The ADHD is taking over, and now I can't not find it. I'm losing my mind. Like women's supposed to love us. Women's supposed to. It's a fake podcast, like male podcast. I am losing my goddamn mind. Why can't I think of it? I found it. You guys were no help, my dude. This is it.
Hold on. Let me say.
Whoa.
Let me say something real quick. What's up with doing?
It's crazy that you say that because I'm always like turning knobs. What? You don't get out of here. So you, hey, can you relax?
Jamie, can you look up a door real quick?
Look up a door. My second thing about places that I love is windows. I love a breeze.
I love a good window.
To the window, to the wall, as one great man once said.
Not a wall fan.
Not a wall. Walls are terrible.
A wall killed my father, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah,
Jamie, can you look up a wall that killed his father?
It's crazy because as a man, like, women's should worship me. You feel me?
Wow.
Like, man eat steak, pork, chitlin. Woman eat salad. That's just what it is. I want to watch football game, eat food. With women, they supposed to be loving us. You feel what I'm saying? Man.
Are you married by chance?
Nah, man, I ain't never had a girlfriend.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is the reason why I haven't had one is because women's be tripping.
Yeah, I also think we've come to a stopping point.
I don't even look women in eyes. Cause I feel like if I look at one, it's gonna turn me to stone.
But like that was the vibe I'm getting, where it's like women's supposed to be like this, like men are like this. Women's supposed to be soft and have they can't have muted palate. Like what the fuck?
Styles or makeup or joy, and they normally display more masculine traits. And I'm not saying that these characters can never work, but if they're not done extremely well, the issue isn't just that so many of them fall flat, it's that they don't resonate at all. They're not iconic, they're not aspirational, and they're just not the kind of character you want to think about after the credits roll. And just like—
Do you see how that makes no fucking sense though? Do you see how that makes no goddamn sense? I'm gonna play it for you guys again.
But if they're not done extremely well, the issue isn't just that so many of them fall flat, it's that they don't resonate.
This can be applied to literally any character. She's making this specifically about women, which will appeal to a certain crowd. But her statement, which by saying that negates all the other bullshit she said, was the most basic critique. Yeah, if something's not written well, people won't resonate with it. What a bomb being dropped. But because she's dog whistling this whole video, is what I'm getting at. She's dog whistling this whole video by saying she's trying to buffer, but saying, I'm not saying that it can't work, but if it doesn't work, but when you apply that logic to anything else, you see how hollow and shallow that shit is. Like, okay, let's say I was like, man, I just saw the Tron Ares movie and it was bad. But if it was directed better and written better, it'd be good. It's like, whoa, bro, holy shit. Give me 300,000 subscribers now, please, for my insights. If things were different, Bing might have different outcome.
At all. They're not iconic. They're not.
And to be like, they're not iconic. What are you talking about? Like, who's not iconic? Like she makes it because again, by framing it like this, she is saying the default that all the male characters are iconic and they're all well written. That is how this is framed. Because she's zeroing in on just women and saying, well, women are done right. But by contrast, the men are.
Aspirational, and they're just not the kind of character you want to think about after the credits roll. And just like the women that I obsess over in all my books and TV shows, the smart, complex, stunning characters, I just want to aspire to the character that I'm playing in a game. She should feel powerful and gorgeous and emotionally relatable.
No, background NPC. He shouldn't feel that way. That's just what you want. This is the problem I have with the more, I wouldn't even say conservative. I don't know her leanings, even though I might know her leanings. But with basically the anti-woke people, is they love to project. It's what they want from a character should be the baseline. Like if they want a female character, right, who is powerful and strong and smart and all these things, then they should all be that way. But contradictorily, to the contrary, right? They're also saying that those are girl boss characters. Like what she's describing is what the people she's trying to appeal to would call a girl boss. Powerful, strong, smart, beautiful. That's a girl boss. Like they don't like those characters because they're emasculating men. Because the women should just be attractive. There shouldn't be anything else. Because if they start to have complexities, like you said you like, they call them girl bosses.
In a way that makes sense. But most of the leads that we're getting nowadays, they're not memorable. And let's be honest, they're not exactly breaking the internet, okay? At least in a good way.
Oh yeah, because Concord was bad because it had female leads in a hero shooter, which would a game that has no leads, there are no lead characters. Like, but do you see what I'm talking about with the dog whistling? She's putting up the imagery to signal to these people, hey look, I'm like you. None of the shit I'm showing on the screen actually matches the words I'm saying, but I'm like you.
The characters that really stand out, that make a difference, they've got it all. They've got the looks and the charm and the presence and the personality, and they've got the things that make people care, or at least cosplay. Well, we didn't want to over-sexualize her. Okay.
Anita Sarkeesian, like, oh, we're 2 minutes into this. Look who they bring up. Look who they fucking bring up.
The game is in love with her, and honestly, they should be, okay? My Tav in Baldur's Gate 3, an angel. She walks into a scene and
her Tav. This is a character you can fucking customize. This is a created character. This isn't valid critique right here. This is her literally glazing her OC.
lighting just poof gets better. Gale starts sweating, and Asterion is chomping at the bit. Shadowheart's having some conflictions, and her inventory is even more iconic. She's got 3 cursed rings, and
her inventory is iconic? What the fuck are you talking about? Words have meanings. An iconic inventory? No, someone explain to me, what does that even mean? What is an iconic inventory? Like batarangs are in there? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? This does feel like fucking ChatGPT wrote this shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
A morally questionable tiara that she just doesn't want to take off. And it just makes you wonder, because if certain games let you create characters with so much charm and magnetism, why can't games with dedicated female leads do the same thing?
You've got to be kidding me, you guys. You gotta be kidding me. She is talking about glazing her OC and saying, if games like this can make you create your own character, then why don't games that have their own characters act the same way? How come I don't feel the same about my own created character that I made? You guys, how come I care more about my own son than some other kids? What's that about? I don't get it. I'm more concerned if my car gets broken into than the person down the street's car. Why would that be the case? Weird. My girlfriend said that, you know, she wasn't feeling too good, and I felt sad. Why would that be the case? Why would someone close to me feeling bad make me feel a certain way? I don't feel that way when the person on the TV says they feel sad. What does that mean? Like, what the fuck? And this is the exact type of person that is perfect for the Asmongold group, because she's saying the same dumb shit that they say, but she's presenting it, because she's obviously female presenting. She's most likely a cis woman, right? She's presenting it in a way that they can use to shield. That's why Asmongold fucking astroturfed her, because none of this shit makes any goddamn sense.
Well, what are some of the more recent female leads that we've been graced with? I think about Frey from Forspoken. She can fight dragons and bend the laws of physics and
Forspoken, you guys,
parkour across dimensions. That's super cool. But for some reason, they gave her the most awkward dialogue and had her deliver every line like she was on hold with customer service. On mute. What about Kay Vess from Star Wars Outlaws? She's a scrappy space outlaw, in theory. in practice, she kind of just plays like she just respawned from a bug and isn't sure where she is or why she's there.
What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? She plays as you play her. That's you doing that. And then she's talking about Frey, like she has cool powers, but her dialogue. Well, then it's not just her dialogue, it's the game's dialogue. It's not because she's a fucking woman. It's the game's dialogue you don't like. Like she's being so hyper specific. Of course, Dragon Age, right? Of course. A fucking course. Of course, Dragon Age.
Because even Ubisoft was like, dang, that's okay. Well, what about female Ivor from Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Actually, she was canonically the real one. But you probably wouldn't know that because even Ubisoft was like, dang, that's crazy. Anyway, check out this guy's beard.
Yeah, because Assassin's Creed Valhalla was the first Assassin's Creed game that let you play as male or female versions of a character. I've never heard of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, so I don't know what else you could be talking about. And then they're like, yeah, look at this guy's beard. Okay, what does that say about the character? She has nothing to even say about the fucking character of Ivor.
Or Dragon Age.
You see what I mean? Like, I'm not watching this whole video because it's infuriatingly stupid. But she doesn't have any actual valid point. She's literally talking about her own Baldur's Gate character here,
if you will. The girls who made you feel something were not perfect. They were messy and charismatic and complicated in the best way. Sadie Adler from Red Dead 2, her husband literally dies and she goes, cool, I'm going feral now. And grieving? Yes. Stunning? Yes. Horse girl? Absolutely.
Oh, because she grieves? So let me get this straight. Why does she get a pass, but why does Abby from Last of Us, whose fucking dad was murdered by Joel, why does she not be considered complicated, all that stuff too? Why is her journey from a person who let hate control them to finally overcoming that hate, or rather seeing the errors of her way by being completely hateful and tied to a dogmatic perspective, and then meets Lev and evolves as a character? Why does that not count? But this woman whose husband's dead and she's grieving, oh, she's great. Like, do you guys see what I'm talking about? This is not consistency. And the answer is because Abby has muscles and she doesn't, and they think Abby's trans or too masculine or whatever. But that's a shallow interpretation of character. You can't talk about how characters aren't written well, and then when you have a character that is written well, regardless if you like that character or like what they did, because liking a character is not the same as the character being written poorly or not. That's a completely separate thing. For example, there are characters in animes who exist to be perverted, which means in that instance, they are well written because they serve their purpose. But you can fucking hate them. Exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive. My Hero Academia. I have a soft spot for the rough characters, the character people don't normally like. I like Bakugo and I like Endeavor. I don't like Endeavor because he's a fucking abuser. I don't like that about him. But I like the fact that his characterization, what they did with him, I liked. Same thing with Bakugo. I like how he goes from being this overly confident person to understanding that other people have value and he can use that, right? Like he can understand like people provide things. He can't do everything by himself, right? And it's a nice parallel to Deku from where they start, whatever. Or Kingpin from Marvel, specifically the Daredevil run, right? Like Marvel's the MCU Daredevil. Like he's a bad person. He does bad, awful shit. I don't like that shit, but he's a well-written character. That is not the same as me liking someone. But again, these kinds of critics can't do that because everything's about the culture war for them. That's why she's using specific characters like that.
But I would let her run me over with that horse. Chloe Fraser from Uncharted. She's flirty and morally flexible and somehow still makes betrayal feel hot. Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy. She could literally take down a behemoth in one hit and then quietly make you some soup and ask if you've been sleeping okay.
That's not unique. I'm sorry. I love Tifa. That's not unique to Tifa. Like, It's not.
Max from Life is Strange, a super sweet, anxious girl who accidentally rewrote the entire space-time continuum just because she had too many feelings, and honestly, we love a relatable queen. Or Nabooru from the Legend of Zelda series. She leads armies and fights evil, and somehow she still looks like she's posing for a Vogue cover.
She is not even a fucking oh my god, dude. Her whole thing about her is she leads armies and looks like she's posing for Vogue. Like, her analysis is so fucking shallow. It's so fucking shallow. And of course, what did I fucking tell you guys earlier in this stream about their viewpoints against Western developers versus Eastern developers? She's a whole section dedicated to Eastern devs who still get it. Resident Evil, Monster Hunter Wilds, Elden Ring. I know Naburo doesn't do anything, but that's why she likes him. Like that, well, like that's my whole point though. She's picking people who aren't even real characters because she needs to just bolster a point. And the point is Western company women, Western company bad, Eastern company good. Western developers woke, Eastern companies based. These developers are rotting our industry. And you notice after the Asmongold bump, even the titling gets way more extreme. First, it was just the problem with women in games and why it's killing hype. Pretty neutral title. You can't make a good game without love. Okay. I never cared about GTA 6 until now. The second she makes this Asmongold react to my stuff video. Next title. Is it so wrong to just want attractive characters? Anime ruined me. Switch 2 is the last straw. I'm done with Nintendo. Are they gaslighting us? Freedom from tyranny. Disney does not want you watching this. Why do they keep doing this? Western games are doomed. Can we get more characters like this? Roblox is actually disgusting. I mean, actually it's disgusting. Disney abandoned man, but now they want them back? Nintendo's in trouble. I'm done with them part 2. How done can you be with them? You did it 4 months ago, then 1 month ago. These developers are rotting our industry. Rockstar is panicking. Are we so back? The serious problem with women in games part 2. You had a video talking about you can't make good games without love, and your most recent video is you dipping back into the anti-women well. Quick as a snap of a finger, and it's boom, that grift money, baby. But the reason I wanted to watch that video, because this is the part 1, see, this is part 2. Mind you, they're not even titled the same thing, so it doesn't make sense to call it part 2, but whatever. This is the one I haven't seen.
I've come to the realization that the most thirsted over female character in Western gaming right now is a bug. Okay, I am kind of joking, but not really. This past week, I was doing some late night scrolling, and I somehow ended up on Silksong TikTok. And listen, I knew this was a popular game, but the sheer amount of content is crazy. There's fan animations, gorgeous art, elaborate cosplays, including what I am personally dubbing Hot Hornet, and I just kept scrolling, and it hit me. I have seen more celebration of Hornet over the last week than I have for any recent Western AAA female.
Oh my fucking god. Do you understand why that's the case? Do you guys think she's going to say that it's because Hollow Knight Silksong has been so anticipated over the last like goddamn decade because people were fiending for it, that people are going nutso over this character because it's more Hollow Knight and they've been waiting for this game for a long time? Like, do you think she's going to touch on the fact that this is the result? This would be no different, honestly, if Half-Life 3 came out tomorrow and you saw a trillion Alex Vance costumes, right? You were building up hype for something that had a dedicated fan base for years. There is quite simply, literally, besides Half-Life 3, there has not been a more anticipated game. Of course, you're going to see people doing more cosplays.
Character, in months. And we are talking about characters backed by massive budgets, huge studios, marketing campaigns, the works. Here I am watching all of this bug love, and then I hop over to X to just see people having the same old argument about whether or not gamers even like female characters. And I realized something again. The proof isn't in these people's arguments at all. It is in what fans are actually doing, what they are organically creating, what they are celebrating, where they are spending their time and money. That gap between the response to this indie bug versus these modern female protagonists, that kind of tells us everything that we need to know. If an indie studio of 3 people can figure this out with a fraction of the resources, why do studios with
My God, how are you? It's because Hollow Knight was anticipated. There are also indie games that have come out that people cosplay as they have no fucking idea about because it's not as big as Hollow Knight. It's Hollow Knight. Am I insane for being able to understand? Am I actually wrong? Like, am legitimately, am I wrong for this for this take? Like, people also dressed as fucking God, what's the first Hollow Knight guy's name? The first Hollow Knight bug, or whatever, I forgot his name. Is it just Hollow Knight? Isn't it just Hollow Knight? Whatever. People dress up as them too. Like, people dress up as female characters all the time. What are we talking about? I was just at New York Comic-Con.
hundreds of millions of dollars keep getting their female characters so wrong? 6 months ago, this was the flagship topic that I began my YouTube journey with, and during that time, I have learned new things and there has been developments in the industry, but to give a
in 6 months
recap, for years now, it seems like there is a blueprint that has been passed around to some of these Western AAA studios, and once you see the pattern, you can't really unsee it. Female characters that are typically emotionally guarded. They have more masculine traits, a desaturated...
Is she trying to say Hornet's not emotionally guarded?
color palette.
Desaturated color palette in Ghost of Yote? Come on. Come on. Just fucking, I'll just do gameplay. You're telling me.
Or do you ask about the kitsune?
I'm gonna mute it because I don't want to get the. You're telling me this is desaturated. This is a desaturated. This is desaturated. That's just nighttime. This is desaturated. Like, what are we doing? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? And also, it's not like Silk Song is like super fucking like vibrant like all the time either. Like, oh, look at this desaturated fucking darkness. Look at these desaturated. Look how the greens aren't a super green. Like, what do we do? You could do this about fucking. Look at this. Look how desaturated. This isn't bright and vibrant. It's dark as shit. What are we talking about?
Underlying frustration, sarcasm, or bitterness, a difficult past that explains why she can't show much warmth or any softer characteristics. And when these personality traits become a checklist, when these female characters all start to follow the same pattern, it has a ripple effect. Let me show you what I mean. Quick thing before we continue, I am so excited to say that today's first...
I don't care by sponsor. I do not care by sponsor. I do not care by sponsor. Oh, Ghost of Yote.
See how this game nets out, but even just...
Hold on.
All right. I know we're still waiting to see how this game nets out, but even just
No, we're
setting
not.
aside the controversy for a second, at its core, it is still a story about an angry woman on a revenge quest, which Sony has never done that before, right? And hey, we all.
So is she just saying then that like tropes can't exist? Like tropes can't exist? Because she starts talking about Japanese games or just Asian games. Guess what? I played Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. Angry woman who's guarded. Right? That was a big thing about the character. Angry woman who's guarded and kills people. Like Bayonetta, old school, also a guarded person. like what are you trying to say? That like I don't understand, dude. And to be like, oh, revenge, but you love fucking Arthur Morgan. You love Geralt, and he's all closed off and doesn't talk about his past and all that shit too. But she's saying, oh, but the women have a and guess what? If we were to do that, which is like, again, Eastern games or Eastern women, okay. Monster Hunter, how about people who are overly bubbly? The overly bubbly character who's always so worried, and I just want the best for you. Oh no, you're hurt. Let me heal your wounds. That's not been a fucking character done to death. You think she's going to talk about how that's annoying?
Also could talk about Sony's pesky habit of replacing male-led franchises with female characters, but somehow we never see that behavior happening in reverse. I mean, could you imagine them replacing Aloy with Alan? That is never gonna happen, and that is probably a whole other video though.
You have a video in which you talk about Chloe Fraser. Chloe Fraser is not the lead of the Uncharted series, and yet both Chloe and I forget her name, but the black lady are the leads in an Uncharted game. So by your own logic, Uncharted replaced its lead. And I'm sorry, Assassin's Creed has done this. After Ezio, they started replacing characters. Assassin's Creed has had Liberation has a female lead. Is that replacing the typical male lead? Like, holy shit, dude. These arguments are so dumb. It's so dumb. And you want to know why? You want to know why it doesn't go the other way? It's the same reason why, right? It's the same reason why if you had a character that was originally like a black character and you translated that to like live action, they're going to probably most likely stay black. But if you have a character who is white, they most likely can be altered. It is because of representation. Certain groups, through political maneuvering and machinations, because of different environments that are present, right, were targeted more heavily. In the gaming space, white men were overly targeted because they thought that was the only demographic that existed. But turns out a bunch of other people also spend their money and play these games. So in order to, have some sort of parity, and because people are tired of making the same fucking game over and over and over and over, they change it up. And it can be as small as mechanics or changing the lead, as you like to put it. It's insane to me that people who complain about video games, complaining about how all these women are the same, are also complaining about the fact that why don't we have all male characters all the time? Especially your glazing fucking Hollow Knight Silk Song, which means she replaced the original fucking Hollow Knight. Like, oh my god, dude. What are we doing? How can you have the footage of Hollow Knight Silksong, the second Hollow Knight game, and be like, it's bad that they replaced the male characters in games, but also look at all the cosplay. Look, she's a great female lead. Game you haven't played before, clearly, because you're saying the things you're saying about her are the things you're disqualifying other women about. Nier Automata, 2B. Was she not closed off emotionally? Was A2 not closed off emotionally? Oh, but that's not made by a Western company. That's why. It's different.
Moving on to The Last of Us Part 2, a game that divided its fan base. And
also, why is she picking games that Last of Us Part 2 came out like, what, 2018? Sorry, 2020. That game came out 5 years ago. Why are you still harping on, that's the thing too, if there is such a bevy, if there's such a bevy of these female characters who follow this trend, why are you guys harping on these same characters all the time? Why is it always Aloy? Why is it always Abby? Why is it most likely going to be like Tash from fucking Dragon Age? Why is it going to be Kay Vess from Outlaws? Why do you guys harp on the same characters if there's so many of them?
And introduced us to Abby, the physical embodiment of the strong female lead, a character that Neil Druckmann defended the design of so fiercely that when he cast her in the live action, was sure to go with a cute, petite, and small-framed actress. Yikes. Speaking of buff ladies, Jen Kirkin and Zendara from Immortals of Avium. Now, these were two of the more prominent female characters in this game, with Zendara in particular pretty much following this blueprint to a T. The game cost over $125 million to make and was such a huge miss that EA had to lay off nearly half the studio.
And you're putting it at the foot of what, the female characters in a game where the main character is a fucking guy? Look at how she phrases it, okay? She's talking about Abby, who's a lead, right? She talks about fucking Ghost Yote, right? She's the lead. Abby's the lead, right? And look how she phrases it with these people.
Yikes. Speaking of buff ladies, Jen Kirkin and Zendara from Immortals of Avium. Now, these were two of the more prominent female characters.
More prominent female characters, but not the lead characters. Were we not just talking about female lead characters? So now it's just women in games. Just if a woman's in a game and you don't find them attractive and the game doesn't do well, that's why. This game cost $100 million and then it didn't do good because the girls were too buff and people didn't like that. Because people knew that the women, when they bought the game, they knew that these two women were going to be in it. Because gamers know exactly who's going to be in the game, who's going to be important, all that stuff in every single game that comes out. Yep. They definitely know a character's importance while playing a game. Because people absolutely weren't surprised playing, I don't know, Resident Evil Village and finding out that Lady D, you deal with her within the first 40 minutes of the fucking game. Nope, people weren't surprised about that. They definitely knew.
Characters in this game, with Zendara in particular pretty much following this blueprint to a T. The game cost over $125 million to make and was such a huge miss that EA had to lay off nearly half the studio. Of course, Forspoken and
Okay, so she did exactly what I was sarcastically saying she was going to do. Lay the blame of the game not doing well because a character who's not the main character has a backstory. And I want to ask you guys something. What video game do you play where the main character's backstory, we're like story-focused games, right? Where the main character's backstory is 100% explained to you in the first go? What game is that? What game do you play where you know everything there is to know about the character's backstory? Where a character's backstory being a bit of a mystery, it doesn't exist. Like, she's acting as if people with mysterious pasts can't be women. It can only be male characters. Female characters, I need to know your blood type, your bra size, your shoe size, the minute I see you. Otherwise, you're falling into a trope. Oh, and you're buff? That's bad, actually. Women can't be buff. Women can't be strong. Not the way that I want them strong. I want you to be able to grieve and shoot people, but not punch them in this fucking fantasy game.
And Star Wars Outlaws. Both female leads followed this template to a certain degree. Both lost their companies millions of dollars. Sarah Morgan was a main companion in Starfield. She was sometimes perceived as arrogant, judgmental, or preachy, and just overall, again,
No
the
fucking
characters
way.
in this game looked a bit freaky. Or
No fucking way. You're telling me, oh, you're such a fucking fake. You are such a fake gamer. Oh my God, you're so fake. You're so fucking fake. You're telling me that a companion, you played Baldur's Gate. You played Baldur's Gate, supposedly. How is that not any different than like playing fucking Shadowheart? Each companion you have a different personality trait. They are different. This is like Mass Effect. This is like bringing up only Ashley as a potential love interest and companion and saying like, yeah, the women in this game suck. And not showing Liara, not showing Tali, not showing Miranda, that's your type, not showing any of the potential companion, just showing one that's kind of most boring. Like, this is so disingenuous. This is so fucking disingenuous. No wonder Asmongold likes her.
overall, again, the characters in this game looked a bit freaky. Or
this game that didn't come out because it was canceled because they laid off the studio. Are you going to say that this led to the studio's closure?
Perfect Dark. The reboot was canceled this year after 7 years of development with pretty much nothing to show for it. And I am genuinely curious how they could go from the original character to what it was that we were seeing here. She kind of looks like she's about to start a Neighborhood Watch Facebook group, and then...
That's not even the original fucking Joanna Dark. That's Perfect Dark Z. What the fuck? What are we doing here? Oh, no, it's my bad. That's the original. That is the original one. But why is she complaining about this one when there was also Perfect Dark Zero that looks more like the Joanna Dark of here, right? Like, they're obviously going from the Zero character design. Like, that's awfully. I made a mistake. I can admit it. That was the original Joanna Dark, but they're obviously going off of this version of. They're going off of this version. Like, that's why her hair's not fucking black. Like, they're... What? That's what they're going off of. That's why she looks more like that. What? And also, she literally says she knows nothing of this, but she's like, they got canceled and look at how she looks, so...
Just ban me from it. The point is, you start to recognize the blueprint each and every time. And sure, some of these games definitely had better gameplay and stories than others, which we will never know for Perfect Dark. RIP. But pattern recognition is still very much a thing. And
no, it's fucking not. Oh my God. You can't make this caveat and be like your argument's good.
You start to recognize the blueprint each and every time. And sure, some of these games definitely had better gameplay and stories than others, which
they had better gameplay and stories than others. That's more important in gaming. The gameplay and story. Like, what are you talking about? Your whole argument falls apart right in the 5-minute and 53-second mark. Some of these games have better gameplay and story. Okay, so then that has to be what matters. Because if that wasn't the case, you notice how she mentions how this game got canceled. She doesn't talk about the sales of Starfield. She doesn't talk about this, but she talks about how much this game cost and how much it lost. She didn't say shit about Starfield financially, right? She didn't say shit about Last of Us 2 financially. And she's not going to say anything about Ghost of Yotei financially, even though the numbers are basically already out for Ghost of Yotei. And this video came out like 8 days ago. Because she has nothing consistent to say. Because her argument has nothing to do with the actual reality of things. Because like I will always bring up, and Toa does better. If her argument held water, then the first Descendant would be selling 1 trillion copies by now. It'd be the #1 free-to-play right now because hot characters. But she betrays her own argument because she mentions gameplay. Gameplay is more important. The Last of Us Part 2 sold well. Did it sell as much as the first one? No. But it still sold well, very well. But so she can't talk about it financially. So she has to just say, oh, pattern recognition. The pattern is that games that are well made receive more money. That's the fucking pattern you can pick up on. This game was well made. This game wasn't. These games, this game was, I mean, hit or miss. But like this game wasn't well made from what I could tell. Didn't play it yet. I plan on playing it. Didn't get a lot of good money. This game had a lot of bugs. But guess what? Hollow Knight, Silksong, well-made game, highly anticipated, doing pretty good. Ghost of Yote, well-made game, highly anticipated, doing pretty good. That's the pattern.
The effects hit before a game is even released that are not even out yet, because once people is all the fan art or the edit.
What?
RIP. But pattern recognition is still very much a thing, and so many of these studios forget that when you are focused on a more narrative approach, you also have to have a character that is going to resonate with your audience. So where is the widespread love for these female characters? All the cosplayers, where is all the fan art or the edits? And here is the wild part.
That's such a stupid argument, dude. Where's the cosplays or the fan arts? Okay. Abby cosplay part 6. Abby cosplay. This is Claire. She's a cosplayer. Abby cosplay. Who else? Abby cosplay. Ooh, Abby and Ellie cosplay. Abby cosplay. Like, should I keep going? How about let's do this. Let's do what's the game called again? Freya from Forspoken cosplay. Anyone cosplay Freya? Did I spell it right? Oh, Freya. That seems like her right there. So at least one cosplay of Freya. Granted, the God of War Freya is gonna be more popular. What about are there any Forspoken edits? What's people doing? Ooh, some drawings of it at least. Broken drawings. Or what if we do Forspoken? Probably fan art make more sense. She also mentioned fan art. There's some fan art for Freya. Here's fan art of the Volta for Forspoken. There's more fan art for Freya. An interpretation of Freya. Yeah, there seems to be some fans of this game, even though it didn't sell very well. There seems to be some fans of Forspoken doing fan art. So, like, I guess then that means that these are good characters? If this is the metric we're going by, I guess these are good characters, right? Yeah, like that's the metric she's established. Maybe you're not going to see fucking cosplay and edits of a game that came out like 3 or 4 years ago, as opposed to a game that came out months ago. Like, what is this?
See this disinterest playing out in real time with games that are not even out yet. Because once people recognize this pattern and the fact that it's not a good one, the effects hit before a game is even released.
No, that's not what's true. What happens is people like you and your fucking Asmongolds or whatever take a game, call it woke, and start creating content, flooding the internet and these spaces with this bullshit. That's what happens. And then what typically happens is people buy the game still. And then you guys move on to the next one. I find it completely disingenuous that you were saying, we don't know how Ghost Zero is going to shake out. It's the 18th best-selling game of the year. What the fuck are you talking about? There's a reason why you didn't talk about it. Because your whole argument blows up from that one game. Like, guess what? I'm not seeing a ton of Helldivers 2 cosplays or edits. Is that, and I can just say that because she's not using any sort of empirical data. She's doing anecdotal. Well, guess what? I haven't seen anyone talking about Helldivers 2 in a week. Therefore, that game's dead. People aren't talking about split fiction anymore. I haven't seen, where are all the split fiction edits, you guys? Where's all the split fiction fan art? I'm not seeing it in front of my eyeballs. Therefore, it doesn't exist. Therefore, the game must have had bad female leads that no one resonated with. And it's not like people's attention spans increasingly getting shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. And so we have recency bias or anything. It's nope, the game which is bad. That's why no one's talking about it.
You probably already knew this one was coming, but Intergalactic and our favorite bald protagonist, Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog,
This game isn't even out yet.
Have made several statements as of late, reminding us all that this game exists and reminding me that everything I have learned about it has been against my will. But they are still full steam ahead, probably a 2027 release. But who can forget when they announced this game at the 2024 Game Awards and immediately had to turn the comments off? To this day, we have still only seen that one trailer with the insane.
Oh, gee, I wonder why you had to turn the comments off. It's not like you yourself are feeding into why they'd have to turn the comments off. You attacking a game that hasn't come out yet. Oh, man, I wonder why. I wonder what happened on the internet that they might be like, we don't want to have a black female getting attacked by these loser incels on the internet. So we're not going to have them sully our fucking comment section. Ugh, I wonder if any recent events have happened in the world that make people go like, you know what? There's some hateful people out there. And what does this mean though? She's basically saying that Neil Druckmann and company, they're still making this game, you guys. They shut the comments, but they're still making this game. And we haven't gotten anything since this trailer. Yeah. Guess what? Hollow Knight Silksong, you didn't get shit. You got like one trailer 3 years ago. Why is that not raising any flags?
Like to dislike ratio. Or Fable. The protagonist reveal got, we will call it disappointment. They took a KVS approach where they had this beautiful actress and toned her down to be less offensive.
No, they fucking didn't, because look at the side by side. That's from the same fucking trailer. Oh my God, you guys, I'm having a goddamn aneurysm. How can you say they toned her down when it's obvious that's the same fucking face? That's just a different angle and lighting. Like, what's wrong with you fucking people?
I guess. The game got delayed and it has pretty much been crickets ever since. People are nervous before the game even releases at this point because they have been burned so many times.
God damn it. It's because they've been shutting down studios. Oh my God. You are so uneducated on these topics. People aren't nervous because the game's going to be. They're nervous because Microsoft has been on a fucking tear, shutting down studios and gutting. Ugh.
Which means for studios who do actually get this right, not only do they get to shine all the brighter, but it makes this pattern so much more obvious. Looking at the flip side of things, this past year we were also introduced to Clair Obscur, which was a fantastic game with a majority female cast, Lune, Mael, and CL. Now, Sandfall had the option to follow the Western AAA girl boss pattern or just not.
Oh, you are a fucking fake fan because CL does not reveal her backstory and she's emotionally guarded. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Thank you so much because I have played the shit out of this game. CL is the exact character that she is saying is bad. She does not reveal her backstory. She is closed off. You have to get her fucking friendship thing to goddamn near max to find out her backstory, okay? So you're fake. You're fucking fake. You're fucking fake, dude.
Do that. And what happened? Universal acclaim, 5 million copies sold.
Ooh. Notice how you're not mentioning anything about the actual characters. You said their name, but nothing about the characters. Methinks you didn't play this fucking game, actually. Because guess what? Guess what?
Yes.
Guess what?
Lune, Mael, and CL.
Lune is also emotionally guarded. Everyone in this goddamn game is emotionally guarded because they all have tragic past. Her parents are fucking dead. I'm not going to get into spoilers for CL if you haven't done it, but like Gustav has a tragic past. He's a tragic backstory. You fucking see it. Mael has a tragic backstory. Another character, I can't say for spoiler reasons, even though the game's out for a while, has a tragic backstory. They all have tragic backstories because the theme of the fucking game is overcoming goddamn grief. Jesus Christ, you're so fake. You didn't play this game. You did not play this game. Don't talk about this.
Or just not do that. And what happened? Universal acclaim, 5 million copies sold, Game of the Year contender.
She's so fake.
Fan art,
She's so fake.
Wild,
You're so
just an
fake.
Overwhelmingly positive reception. So much so that the French president even congratulated them. Or Split Fiction with Mio and Zoe, two super cute female leads with completely different personalities that could be a bit quirky at times, but they ended up balancing each other out pretty well.
No, again, you can't do that. You see how she's changing up her criteria. They are also the same people you complain about. Where's the fucking fan art? Where's the fan art, background NPC? Where's the fan art? Show me the fan art. Show me the edits. Show me the shit you were just saying. What makes these people important characters? You literally just mentioned that with Expedition 33.
Slide didn't just slap the full blueprint on both of them, but they made them distinct and fun to play. And for me, it actually wasn't quite as good as It Takes Two, but it was still
this isn't a critique. This isn't a critique.
Pretty well. Haze Light didn't just slap the full blueprint on both of them.
Slap the full blueprint? Okay, you know what? Let me see something. What's this? Split Fiction. I don't know. Split Fiction. Let's see. Let's just see. Tell me about the game. Tell me about the game. Tell me about Split Fiction. The characters. How about characters? Ooh, it has its own wiki. So let's do Mio. Reserved, decisive, realist, introvert. Is this not the same shit you said you did not like? Her backstory: her father developed cancer and has been a financial struggle to get him to achievement she needs to live comfortably. Mio regularly had to argue with doctors and insurance companies to make it happen, all making as much as possible to pay for her services. This led to her developing a no-nonsense, vicious personality in the early days of managing this, which she has since managed to mentally lock up. Jesus Christ, woman, you are inconsistent. That is literally, and not only that, from a character design wise, this is the shit she complains about. This isn't the typical hot person they talk about, right? Like, she looks very much she looks closer to Mary Jane than she looks like fucking Steve Eve from Stellar Blade. Right? She looks closer to fucking Joanna Dark here. I think Joanna Dark looks hot though. But this is the shit I'm talking about. There is no consistency. There's no consistency. She just likes the game, so it's okay.
them, but they made them distinct and fun to play. And for me, it actually wasn't quite as good as It Takes Two, but it was still a really solid game. Or Bye from Wu Chang Fallen Feathers.
Called it. I said this shit earlier. I played Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. I played Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, okay? Play history. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, last played Saturday, August 30th, 2025. I beat this game, so I know what I'm talking about. She also has the same backstory.
Others, a game from a brand new Chinese developer, and I can promise you that any legitimate complaints you might have heard had nothing to do with the gorgeous female lead, who is incredibly graceful, elegant, and deadly. Now,
what is this? It's like this is ChatGPT script. This is a ChatGPT script. This is a ChatGPT script, bro. She's also reserved. And guess what? Tragic backstory. She's a tragic backstory.
you might be saying, well, NPC, but those games are out, so it is easy to praise the response to those characters. And that is true. But when you are looking at other upcoming games with female leads, Tides of Annihilation, Resident Evil 9, which we are already seeing cosplays for, The Witcher 4, especially since they may or may not have updated series design, we do see just more natural organic hype. And that—
What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, I will tell you right now, you've heard nothing of Tides of Annihilation since it's been announced. There is no hype for that. And this is not me saying the game's not going to be good. I love character action games. You guys know that. But there's no hype for that game. There's hype for Resident Evil because it's a part of a series, as with Witcher, right? Series. There's going to be natural interest in something that's pre-existing versus something that's completely brand new. There wasn't a ton of hype around Expedition 33, and then it came out and it was banger, and then the hype built from that. Because that's how it works. Unless it's part of a big studio or is a continuous of a franchise, that's what happens. Like, and again, your metric can't be you are not seeing Tides of Annihilation fucking cosplays. Get out of here.
not have updated series design, we do see just more natural organic hype. And that difference isn't random. Over the last few months, I have been getting messages here and there from people in the industry, and I recently talked with someone who has worked in Western AAA for over 15 years as a 3D artist. I cannot share their name since they are still actively working. It is a trust me bro situation.
Yes, I was gonna say this is what all the grifters do. Like, oh yeah, and I also was talking to people who work in the industry. I can't give you names or anything like that, but trust me, it's real. Just like when Smash JT got real inside information from Assassin's Creed, just like when Endymion got inside information from Assassin's Creed, just like against Smash JT got shit from Blizzard, just like Andy Pants got shit from Blizzard. Like suddenly these accounts that, even though she has a pretty big growth because of the Asmongold shout out, these accounts that have sub 300,000 subscribers are suddenly going to get people coming in being like, hey dude, I want to talk to you, and I'm going to tell you that actually the Western development companies are fucking woke and the Eastern ones are based.
Recognize that, but they told me about being in these rooms for years, hearing feedback during female character development in particular, and that there are devs out there who feel a bit like hostages when it comes to what ideas and feedback that they are allowed to share without fear of being reported to HR or higher ups if it goes somewhat against the grain.
I do not believe that at fucking all, dude. What sounds more plausible to me is that someone, because again, like I said earlier, executives make decisions, okay? So what sounds more plausible to me is that they might have made a suggestion that just didn't jive well with their overall goal, and that's it. Or they could be someone who's at the lower end of the totem pole where their suggestions would not matter. You're the concept artist. Make this, tweak this, that's it. I don't care about your input. That's more likely than them being like, I was afraid I was going to get sent to HR.
For female characters in particular, this person was often given direction like, we are not trying to sexualize women. Reduce the hip width, make the chest smaller. That is reading too feminine, pull back. specifically receiving direction that ultimately creates more androgynous looking characters and for the most part isn't coming from narrative reasons. Although it does kind of go hand in hand with that blueprint.
That is narratively. If we saying we're not trying to, goddamn, do I have to explain like game shit? If you are making a game and the focus of the game, let's say is, I don't know, survival, right? It's a survival horror crafting game. And you're like, okay, cool. I'm going to have a character design and this girl's going to be wearing midriff and she's going to have a backless shirt or whatever, right? You'd probably be like, hey man, that's needlessly sexualized for no reason. Put her in a big ass jacket that protect her from the weather or something like that. It could also be criticism, and you're taking it as like, they said that was too sexy or whatever, or this reached too feminine. Well, what is the point of the game? Is the character supposed to be like non-binary? Is the character supposed to be like not in tune with their like feminine wows or whatever? Like, again, they're giving you half information. It reached too sexy. Well, what are we going for? Like, could you imagine if I was like, okay, I'm gonna use my real voice for a second, my like normal, not my real voice, but my normal register. Imagine if someone was like, hey, I want you to read these lines for a child, and I go, okay, and I'm like, Daddy, I would like more milk, and they're like, hey man, that reads a little bit too sexual and adult. And I bet, oh my God, you guys, the game industry says black people can't be voice actors because our voices are too sexy. Like, do you see what I mean? They're giving you half of the context, if that. And again, even though she tries to preface it by lampshading and saying it's a trust me bro situation, that doesn't negate the fact that she's asking you to trust her when she's established no pattern of credibility.
I mentioned earlier. No, it is being done to avoid offending anyone, whether that's new female players they desperately want buying their games, or mostly the people working on the game itself. This gap that we're seeing, many times it is the result of very intentional design choices. Here's what kind of blows my mind about all of this though, every single time this argument is brought up. For decades, we have loved our female characters. Lara Croft was a cultural icon, Samus was revolutionary.
Samus did not present as female. The whole thing about Samus was that you thought it was a dude. And if you beat the game in a fast enough time, she'd be in a bikini. Let's not do this revisionist bullshit people love to do and act like Samus was accepted as a woman back in like the fucking early 90s or late 80s or whatever. Because that was not the case. Lara Croft, her titties are literally an error and they just ran with it. Bayonetta is fully aware of her sexuality. But guess what? Guess what, background NPC? Other characters can exist. Should every man be Marcus Phoenix? Because if every man's Martha Phoenix, you know who you don't get? Arthur Morgan. The character you love so much that you quite literally dedicated an entire video to him. We need more men like Arthur Morgan. You don't get Arthur Morgan if men are only supposed to be a certain way. So then why can't women look and act different ways? Why can't Tash exist and why can't Eve exist?
Bayonetta was celebrated, Tifa, Jill, Zelda, all beloved, commercially successful.
Again, she is just going for people who fit the same sort of aesthetic archetype. Like that's it. There's no variety for her. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Let's be so fucking for real right now. Let's be so fucking for real right now. Zelda just became a character like 6 years ago. I'm so sorry. There's been no consistent characterization of Zelda. And people do the same shit to Zelda they do with Princess Peach. And when they go like, no, she owns a kingdom and she does this and does this. I'm like, no, that is ancillary shit. When you get the game, when you play the game, you're not seeing the fucking shit that they're doing. You know what happens in the Ocarina of Time? I know it's not the first time Zelda appears, but like that's like most people's memory, right? She gets fucking kidnapped. She gives you the ocarina. Well, she yeets it. She gets fucking kidnapped, and then the last battle, she gives you light arrows. That's it. That is Zelda's entire character arc right there. She is magically powerful, yet she can never actually straight up stop Ganon. She always will need Link, and then she gives him light arrows. That's it. Now, in Breath of the Wild, they gave her more consistent characterization, but outside of that, the most you got was fucking Wind Waker, when she was a fucking pirate. And then when she became Princess Zelda, she suddenly became less of a character. So don't do that shit, dude. Like, don't do that shit. Don't play with that shit, man.
Culturally significant. So, what changed? Because it wasn't the audience. Think about male protagonists.
It was
Kratos
the audience.
is nothing like Edward Kenway. Leon is completely different from Arthur Morgan. Cloud, Geralt, Jin, all very distinct.
No. That's a weird thing to bring up. These are all, not only are they all swordsmen, but these are literally all the archetypical stoic character. And then it's because of the people around them that they open up. That's literally all three of these characters. That is Jin, Cloud, and Geralt's character. They are the stoic gruff type. And then they meet other people who are more characters, and that rubs off on them and makes them open up more. What the fuck are you talking about? And she's like, Kratos is nothing like what? Kratos is nothing like Edward Kenway? I mean, they're both pretty aggressive men.
Kratos is nothing like Edward Kenway. Leon is completely different from Arthur Morgan. Cloud, Geralt, Jin, all very...
Also, all this does is just weaken her point about women, by the way. Because even if you're going from like somewhat aesthetically looking different, okay, Cloud is like a fucking twink, Jin is just a guy, and then Geralt's a gray daddy. Okay, so why can they have diversity in appearance, but the women can't? They also fulfill the same archetypal role like I just explained. So why can't the women do that?
Very distinct, and I will argue, all attractive. Female characters used to have that exact same variety. Elena from Uncharted was funny and nurturing. 2B was graceful and deadly.
Also fucking reserved.
Elena from Uncharted was funny and nurturing.
Like, what the fuck?
2B was graceful and deadly.
Graceful and deadly. That's all she says about these people. They're graceful and deadly. 2B was also emotionally restricted because they weren't supposed to have emotions as androids. But then her time with 9S literally changed her. Like, did you not play these games? Did you not play these games?
Ellie from the Last of Us series. She falls more into the strong female lead category, but she is such a compelling and well-designed character that she is the exception that proves the rule. Even now, I will praise these characters again. Shadowheart, Karlach, Bazel, all from Baldur's Gate 3, have depth, warmth, and complexity. 15 million copies sold.
That's not because of them. Stop this disingenuous fucking framing, okay? I'm so sick of this shit. The reason why Baldur's Gate 3, listen, that wasn't even the original version of Karlach, okay? The reason why Baldur's Gate 3 sold so well, I would tell you straight up as an early supporter, because a lot of people who like CRPGs played the Divinity series. I have so many hours in Divinity Original Sin 2. That company, right? That's the same company that did Baldur's Gate 3. So when we found out they were doing Baldur's Gate 3, we're like, fucking hell yes. They already have an established track record, okay? It has nothing to do with Shadowheart and Lysel and Karlach. It has nothing to do with them. It's because the game is solid, the mechanics are solid, and the story's interesting, and you get to make your own character and be in this beautiful world, and people like D&D. Like, there's so much that goes into it. It's Baldur's Gate 3, not Baldur's Gate 1. This isn't a new IP. Like, I'm so tired of this disingenuous framing they do all the time. It's the same shit all the time. And it's honestly disrespectful to Larian Studios. Because she's trying to attribute just the character models to the game's success. Can't even do the fucking official versions of them. It has nothing to do with that. Baldur's Gate's a phenomenal game because it's a phenomenal game. It was made with passion and with freedom. They did early access, so they were able to show us what they had. Like, this is she won't make that point. She does these games disservices by distilling into just the characters are cute, so sold 15 million copies.
Stellar Blades Eve, gorgeous, lethal, and the devs stood their ground on her design.
No, god damn it. The devs themselves, even they literally stated that the reason why the game did well was because of its combat, but even also recognized that the story was kind of weak and they're hoping to make it better in the sequel. It's not just because Eve is attracted to some people. Like, again, this is reductionist viewpoints. You're reducing every woman character to just, are they hot or not? And if they're not hot, that's why the game's bad. And then when she can't do that, she says, well, Ellie's just such a good character. But Abby, in the same fucking game that we're talking about, that's why the game's bad? I don't know. I can't talk about the fucking money because the game was a success. It's so stupid to attribute a game's failure or success simply on if the women are hot enough. That's not what makes or break games, because then again, the first Descendant would be the #1 fucking free-to-play game in history. It's always gameplay. Gameplay is king. Look at fucking Bolacho. There's no titties in that. People love Bolacho because the gameplay loop was addictive. I've been playing Ball Pit way too much because the gameplay loop was addictive. Because if your logic were to hold up, every game would have titties. Every game would just be this. Every game would look exactly the same way. And you've showed almost no diversity when it comes to physical type. The most, I guess, is Ellie, but everything else could be like, this is your argument. It's so bad. It's such a bad argument.
Over 3 million copies sold. And Halloween is upon us, so I have to mention, of course, Resident Evil Village, which sold over 10 million copies.
Yeah, Resident Evil Village sold 10 million copies only because it was women in it and not because of, you know, people liking Resident Evil and being excited the series is coming back. Because Resident Evil 7 also sold really fucking well. Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 7 were basically like the franchise savers. But yeah, it's because women were hot and nothing else,
making it the fastest selling title in the entire series to reach this milestone. That is the game that also featured Lady D and her daughters heavily in the marketing, so no, I do not think that that is just a coincidence. The point is, this argument is silly, because we already have tons of examples of beloved female characters that are all unique, compelling, hot, and you know who loves these characters enough to dress up like them year after year? Women. Aerith's actually one of my favorite female characters. She is such a girly girl.
Are you going to describe her actual character, or are you going to do some surface level bullshit?
And exists in a world that is industrial, dying, and cold. Everything around her is harsh and hopeless, and she just shows up in a beautiful pink dress and flowers, literally radiating warmth. She chooses kindness when cruelty would be easier, or to stay soft when the world demands everyone become hard. And those qualities are not a weakness that she has to overcome. They are her strength, and it is what makes her presence so unique and refreshing in that world. Now,
is that not Tifa? Is that not also Tifa's character? Is that not also Tifa's character? Also, that's a pretty disingenuous read of Aerith also too. Like, Aerith's character is she does that as a basically as a front, to be honest, because she's a really sad person. Her fucking mom died. She knows she's gonna die. And if we're showing the remake version, which I guess we're talking about remake Aerith, she's more than just the bubbly warm character, right? Like and it's not even like the world is necessarily industrious. It's more so Shinra and Midgar is. Midgar's like that. But like there's still nature out there. I don't know what to tell you. Also, she doesn't literally radiate warmth. That's not how literally works. But Aerith as a character is multifaceted because she, especially in the remake, because she knows so much. She understands that she is defying fate, right? So things are changing. But she's always willing to make the sacrificial play. That's what makes Aerith cool to me, is that even though she is a character who's full of who likes joy, who enjoys people being happy, she understands that it can't always be all sunshine and rainbows. So she's willing to make that ultimate sacrifice to make sure that other people can at least have a chance of having that. And that's the same thing could go for Tifa too. So it's not really specific to Aerith. But like, she's not even mentioning like things about the actual character, really.
Course,
it's kind of all surface.
I'm not saying that all female characters need to be like Aerith, but always
You kinda
stripping
are,
away
though.
those types of traits not only makes them boring and unappealing, it sends a message that warmth is weakness, compassion.
But the characters you mentioned weren't like that. Eve isn't exactly a fucking sunshine and rainbow. She's a warrior, as is 2B. As is fucking Shadowheart. Shadowheart, you have to work and evolve her character. Same thing with Lizelle. That plays off, they evolve based off of player input and interactions. Like, and these bitches are evil. What's the warmth to Lady D or her daughters? You say if they always strip them away, it's bad. They don't have warmth. They're fucking monsters. There was not the only character in that game, particularly as far as the bad guys go, who even approach having some level of warmth is fucking Heisenberg. Not because he just hates Miranda. But like, they're all evil, malicious people. They separated a goddamn baby. Like, what are we talking about? Oh, but they're hot to you, so that's what matters, right?
More masculine to be considered valuable, but by stripping femininity away, you are not making strong female characters. You are just making bad male characters with female bodies.
Again, reductive. Because her viewpoint of femininity is so myopic that it even contradicts her own video. Because like, how, for example, if Tifa is an example of femininity, and so is Lady D, and so is Aerith, and so is 2B, then that means femininity is at the very least a spectrum. So you're not stripping away anything. You are exploring different sides of a spectrum, which you're allowed to fucking do. Like all the guys she mentioned, by the way, if we go back to, I remember I know this time, if we go back to when she was talking about the men, all the men she mentioned were just stoic. Kratos, Arthur Morgan, all like, look, like
Audience, think about male protagonists. Kratos
stoic.
is nothing like Edward Kenway. Leon is
Leon in that version in Resident Evil 4, yeah, pretty disaffected because of what happened in the Resident Evil 2 game. So he's like, no, I'm much more hardened. He makes jokes and quips, but he's pretty stoic. He's not overly emotional. Arthur Morgan is also stoic. Good guy.
completely different from Arthur Morgan, Cloud,
Geralt stoic, Jinsakai stoic, Cloud stoic. They are all presenting masculinity in almost the same exact way. In fact, there's no diversity in their masculinity being presented here. Violent men do violent things, who use violence to solve their problems, who do not use emotional intelligence to solve their problems, who do not try to use diplomacy to solve their problems. They solve their problems through violence.
is nothing like Edward Kenway. Leon is completely
They solve their problems through violence.
different from Arthur Morgan, Cloud, Geralt,
All solve their problems through violence. Like there is no diversity there. They're literally all stoic men who solve their problems through violence. Stoic, violent men. That's it. That's them. And even then, yes, I know there's more depth to those characters, obviously, right? They come from different games. They will have differences. But within the context of the example she's using in this video, they are all the same.
femininity, beauty, follow the template.
And she's so obsessed with attraction. Like, her key point that she keeps making is that these women must be her idea of beautiful. That's important to being a woman, the beauty aspect of it. That's why she brought Lady D and her daughters in there. Not because they were warm or like emotionally vulnerable or whatever, but because they're beautiful women. That's the core conceit of her argument.
Yes, right? Strip away uniqueness, femininity, beauty, follow the template. mixed reception at best. Let women actually be aspirational, beautiful, distinct. Success. This makes me think of an article that I saw recently that read, after years of progress on gender, the male gaze is back. So dumb. It's so ominous. And they announced it like Sauron just returned or something. Well, yes, of course. Men like attractive women. Women like attractive women.
Okay. Here's my favorite part of these videos where I have to fucking look up the article and see what they were actually talking about. So CNN, progress on gender. There we go. Oh my God. I was doxed myself. Article for subscribers. Oh, so that's why she didn't fucking read the article. Because you can't. She didn't sign to this, so she just saw the headline. Okay. So that's why. That's why she just has this headline. Because she literally didn't read it.
And they announced it.
And I know she didn't read it because it says sign in and subscribe. So she didn't read it.
Like Sauron just returned or something. Well, yes, of course. Men like attractive women. Women like attractive women.
That's not what the goddamn male gaze is. The male gaze isn't about finding people attractive. The male gaze is about the framing of it. It's how we look at women only through sensuality and sexuality and how we interpret them through the lens of being a heterosexual male. That's it. That's the male gaze. It is reducing someone to, it's just objectification. It's reducing a woman to just the parts that we find desirable and excising everything else. That's where you get big titty women who say, help me, and have no actual agency. That's part of the male gaze. It's not about women being attractive or not. Like, God damn, I hate when they do that shit. They're like, oh yeah, surprise, people like attractive people. No shit. No one's arguing that.
That is not a scandal that needs fixing. That is just being human. And the whole male gaze critique falls apart pretty quickly when women are also the ones participating in the celebration, when we are the ones making the fan art, doing the cosplays, loving and hyping up all of these characters.
Oh my God, no. Okay. I'm gonna let this thing get me demonetized, whatever. But we're gonna talk about porn for a second because this is really applicable here. When you have women who do OnlyFans, adult actresses, whatever you want to call them, strippers, whatever, sex workers in general, when they are doing the work, when they are promoting themselves, when they are putting out their content, they have agency. They get to choose how you view them. That is not the male gaze. Yes, they still showing their ass and titties, but that's not exclusively for men. That's just for their audience. Okay, they get to choose what you see, what you look at. However, in the type of porn, there's this fetish called voyeurism, where then the viewer gets to decide what is and isn't important, right? That is more akin to the male gaze. They get to zoom in on your boobies and zoom in on your butt, and they can ignore your face and like your personality and all that other stuff. Doing the cosplay doesn't negate the fact that the male gaze for a character exists. You can either take the agency away or bestow agency. That's like saying racism doesn't exist anymore because black people can say nigga. You see what I mean? If you were to call me that word as a white woman, that's racist. I can say nigga, I'm black. That doesn't mean racism no longer exists. It doesn't mean the N-word no longer carries weight, right? But I can do that. I can say that. It's the same thing here. Just because there's a character that was created with the male lens or the male gaze, right, through that framework, that doesn't mean that that character can't be reclaimed or empowered or anything like that. But that doesn't negate how that character was created. We say nigga as black people as a term of endearment, but we don't forget the fact that it was used to demean us. It doesn't get rid of that history or the fact that people still use it that way. The male gaze still exists. And also to say that women are complicit too. Yeah, dummy, that's patriarchy. Like, guess what? I'm anti-capitalist, but I'm still complicit in capitalism because I'm still purchasing products that I need to either entertain myself or to survive. I'm still contributing to this system. Like, you're literally doing the whole, we should improve society somewhat, and yet you're part of society. Like, you're doing that, but for this. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Holy shit.
Nobody is saying that every female character needs to be a supermodel. Not at all. But
that is what you are implying, though. I also hate when they do it. They're like, no one is saying that is all you've been saying. You made it a point to call Ellie the exception, but that's all you've been saying.
there is a huge difference between just natural variety and purposefully making your characters unattractive as a design philosophy.
Attraction is subjective. I don't want you saying that. But that's subjective. You can't be like, we're making characters intentionally ugly. Beauty is not universal. Someone might think you're ugly, background NPC. Some might think you're beautiful. Are you trying to say you make yourself purposely ugly by, like, I don't know, not wearing enough makeup? Or are you trying to say, like, you know what I mean? Like, am I making myself purposely ugly because of, like, my hair? Like, it's subjective. You don't get to decide that these characters are ugly on purpose. That's a stupid argument. It's a non-starter.
Creating an appealing and attractive female character is not a crime, so
It's
why
all
do
subjective.
these studios keep acting like it is? Because they are creating for an audience that
Doesn't exist. Watch. She's doing the myth of the modern audience again. Watch.
does not exist. They will point to surveys showing women make up almost half of gamers now, and for some reason they have convinced themselves that means creating even more female characters that are sure not to offend. But here is the thing. Even if we take that data at face value, it is super misleading. A survey came out stating that women make up 48% of all gamers.
Oh God, this is gonna be, but they play mobile games, and mobile games aren't real games.
But you are looking at all gamers across all platforms and genres, including people who claim that they play games at least 1 hour a week. Most of the women in my family play Wordle on their phones, so technically they are all gamers according to the survey. Win for me. But obviously that is not the case. When I was seriously crashing out last summer after dying to promised consort Radon for the 176th time, I wish that I were joking. Only 1 out of 9 of them was the same kind of gamer as me and was actually able to sit me down and give me respec advice.
That's so fucking stupid, though. That's like saying people who don't play NBA 2K aren't gamers because they play different games than I play. They're not gamers because they play word games or they play visual novels. They're not gamers because they don't play the genre that I play. Like, okay, you play Elden Ring, good for you. But like this, again, now you're doing the elitist bullshit where you're like, I play real games, you don't. Like, that's not valid. I'm sorry. If you play games, you play fucking games. If I say I like to watch movies and I watch like action and like I watch sci-fi films, guess what, bitch? I still like watching movies. Maybe I don't like watching silent films or historical dramas or period pieces, but I still watch movies. Or, you know, I could be like, oh, I only watch niche underground films you've never heard of. I still watch movies. I am still a movie watcher. If the only books you ever read are like the fairy smut books, the Akator books, guess what? You still read books. You may not be like necessarily like well read because you read one particular genre, but you still read books. You still do these things. You have more subscribers than me. We're both still content creators, are we not? We're both YouTubers, are we not? Like, you're making these arbitrary definitions just so you can be like, they're not real gamers, though. Yes, they are. They just don't play the games you play. Just like characters can be attractive that you don't find attractive. That doesn't make them not attractive. Going back to Joanne in the Dark. A lot of people would fucking drink her bathwater. That version that got canceled, they would drink her bathwater. Same thing with Tati Gabriel. That you guys seem to think is ugly for some reason because she shaved her head. There are men who will cut off their arm to go on a date with her. like I always say, your attraction is not universal and it's not the end all be all. These people are always projecting what they like and saying that this should be the norm. And the reason of that is because they like it. And because it's not the norm, there has to be a huge conspiracy against them. And they can't fathom a world outside themselves. Because these people create these safe spaces. They create these bubbles where people are just yes men. And they believe their worldview to be the dominant worldview because their audience, that's again an echo chamber, is telling them these things. But it's not true. And you can tell it's not true because once again, if that was true, then fucking The First Descendant would be the most best-sellingest games of all time.
That is the type of difference we are talking about here. Any AAA studio that is seriously using this data in an effort to force in or justify dumb decisions is like a company using coffee shop customer data to design a sports bar. And the fun—
That's what you're doing, though. That is literally what you're doing. You were taking anecdotal data that you're telling us this trust you bro on and trying to extrapolate that and saying this is what the masses must feel like because the fucking, this is you're literally taking cosplay and fan art as a metric of a game's success or its potential success. You're taking characters that you like and saying the reason why this game worked is because I like these characters and that's why it's successful. And the characters I don't like, that's why the game's not successful. You are doing exactly what you're accusing others of doing.
funny thing is, we never see this behavior happening in the other direction. I mentioned something similar in my Disney video, but when is the last time you saw a studio say, you know what our cozy farming game needs? Executions. Or a dating sim where instead—
There was a game. There was a cozy farm game actually that wanted to add jiggle physics. Farm folks. I remember because I covered this. Farm folks dev asked community, what's the perfect percentage of jiggle physics? And I did because I'm who I am. I actually did in fact cover this a long time ago. How long ago did I cover this? A year ago. What did I say a year ago? You would think just by the name and how it looks, it'd just be a little cutesy little, you know, simulator game where, you know, you're on a ranch or on a farm and you're growing your crops and watering your stuff. But you'd be wrong. Because you know what it's really about? Titty physics. That's right. Titty physics. And a cozy farm sim game. And listen. Titties are great. We love them. We stand titties here. And this is the reaction to it. People were like, this ain't it. Look, I'm all for bouncy costume cannons, but read the room. This is a cozy farming game. So while not exactly about executions, there was in fact a company that did exactly what you're alluding to.
instead of choosing a boyfriend, you choose which faction to pledge allegiance to in the coming war. Never, because that would be insane. But
you're wrong though. But you're wrong. That again, farm folks did that. Farm folks did that.
But somehow it is not insane to do this in reverse. And that is what really frustrates me about all of this, because this conversation has become about men versus women in gaming, but it never should have been that.
But that's how you frame it. That's literally how you framed it. That's how you frame it. By only focusing on women, you are feeding into the men versus women. You have no issue with male characters, but you have all the issues solely with female characters. Sorry, soldier, you were conscripted in the culture war on the side of the fucking anti-wokes. You did this willingly.
There should have always been a balance. Nobody had to lose for the other to win, and as someone who has a deep love and appreciation for our female characters, who has been inspired by them, motivated by them, I am tired of seeing the same thing play out over and over. Western AAA games with an uninspired female lead underperform. or there is just zero excitement surrounding them. And instead of
Okay, again, so this is she's doing two different things. She's conflating two different things. The performance of a game versus excitement for a game. And once again, those things are not the same thing. They're not the same thing. There was excitement for fucking I think Mecha Break, and that lost players. There was excitement for, I'm going to keep talking about this game because it's the most easy example. There was an excitement for the First Descendant. That lost its fucking player base, and they're struggling to get it back. Excitement for a game and its performance are not equal. They're just not. It's not. Or excitement for a character,
underperform, or there is just zero excitement surrounding them.
Again, that's so fucking stupid. That's so fucking stupid. Go see Yote. Performed pretty well, I would say.
And instead of any reflection, it turns into accusations. The audience is toxic, they can't handle strong women, they need to evolve. But that is not what is happening here. These studios continue to build games for audiences who are not showing up, designing a character for a demographic that, at large, is not
I'm surprised she showed restraint to not have Dustboy on here, to be honest.
playing their $70 game. So who are you making these for? Where are the women flocking to cosplay Atsu? Where are the people championing these characters?
Atsu cosplay, Atsu cosplay, Atsu cosplay, Atsu cosplay. That is just the actress actually cosplaying as herself, which is still pretty cool. Or actually, Atsu, that's a common name. Ghost of Yote cosplay. It's like she keeps making this argument. She's like, where are the people? Where are the people cosplaying this character? Why is no one cosplaying this character? Well, that's Jitsukai. Why is no one cosplaying these characters? Why is no one cosplaying these characters? It's like there are people literally cosplaying these characters. They're doing it. They're cosplaying these characters. Ghost of Yote. And they're on TikTok, which means there's probably edits too. Look, there's an edit right here. Ghost of Yote edits. So again, by your own logic, another Ghost of Yote edit. Ghost of Yote Core. They're already doing Ghost of Yote Core videos. Ghost of Yote Headshot 2023 edit. Yote 6 edit. Atsu edit. You're fucking cooked, dude. You didn't do shit. You did no research. You did no fucking research. And you're like, where are all the things? They exist. You just didn't look for it because you don't want to see it. Because it defeats your argument.
They're not here, but you know where they actually are. They are cosplaying Hornet. They are buying Claire Obscure. They are replaying Final Fantasy VII for the 100th time, and they are appreciating fan art of characters you dismissed as problematic. Team Cherry created a compelling female lead and one heck of a sequel.
Sorry, I'm mad about this too. Don't bring Team Cherry into your fucking culture war bullshit, man. Every time you guys do this shit, you are diminishing the work that these developers do because you're reducing it to whether it's on my side or not and not letting it stand on its own merits. This is absolutely not what they wanted. Cosplaying is not a metric of the success or popularity of fucking anything. That's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Because also, you're looking at, from your worldview, from your stance, sure, people aren't cosplaying Atsu, but are you going to spaces where people are cosplay Atsu? I just did a precursory Google search, and I found a bunch of cosplays. I found TikTok edits. The things you mentioned earlier that wasn't happening. Like, literally found what you said was not happening. And I don't want to hear this excuse that, like, this video came out a long time ago. This video came out 8 days ago. You know what didn't come out 8 days ago? Ghost of Yote.
Hornet is elegant, has a memorable silhouette with that flowing red cloak. She moves with grace and precision and has one of the cutest voices I have ever heard. And she's a bug. An actual insect.
You notice how she describes the female character pretty much the same way?
And they did a compelling female lead and
she's a compelling female lead. But you guys, why is Hornet a compelling female lead?
one heck of a sequel. Hornet is elegant, has a memorable...
Because she's elegant, has a memorable silhouette, but then she talks about having a flowing red like thing, which is not a silhouette. That's a visual character design. Silhouette's the shape of it, but whatever. But she doesn't talk about what makes the character compelling because she doesn't know anything about the character.
Silhouette with that flowing red cloak. She moves with grace and precision and has one of the cutest voices I have ever heard. And she's a bug.
You could say the same thing about fucking Sherma. If you guys know who Sherma is, this is Sherma. Not closer. Damn it. That's Sherma, okay? She also has a cute voice. She said nothing specific really to Hornet because she doesn't talk about the He-Wolf's characters.
An actual insect is showing Western AAA how it is done in more ways than one, and they didn't have to strip away her femininity to do it. They just designed her with intention and
what femininity does Hornet have? You can't even tell that Hornet's a fucking girl.
Trusted that people would love her.
Look at Hornet's character design. Okay. Hornet wears a cape, right? That's it. That's it. Hollow Knight, the Knight. Oh boy. He also just wears a cape. They also just have capes. That's it. That's it. I could tell these are both boys or both females. You wouldn't be able to fucking tell. There's variants. They're just variants, dude. Like this is literally like the fan art will obviously go out of its way to make the distinction, but the official art is just like this is black body, colorful cape, white mask, black eyes. Black body, colorful cape, white mask, black eyes. That's it. And she's trying back, they're so distinct and memorable and this and that, and she has femininity. What the fuck are you talking about? I could say this is a little girl. I could say this is a little girl. And you wouldn't be able to disprove me. From visual alone, you would not be able to disprove me. What fucking femininity?
he is getting more organic love than productions that cost multi-millions. So
again, because she is coming off of a game series that was highly anticipated, this is not the first Hollow Knight. Like, god damn, man.
to you studios out there, we want to love your characters. We do. And we will show up for games with great female characters. We always have. Just make them.
No, you haven't. No, you fucking haven't. You've not always shown up against great female characters because your guys' viewpoint on a great female character is super myopic.
Compelling, beautiful, and complex.
Beautiful. Do you see what I mean? Her things boil down to just, are they hot to me or no? If they're not hot, they're bad characters. That's all this video was about. That's all it was about. And she just says complex. Does she go into the complexities? No. She just quick fires list games that she hasn't played clearly, and then will pick the games that she knows that her grifter ass audience will latch onto. Oh yeah, Claire Obscura, those characters were great, but I hate characters who have tragic backstories and are emotionally guarded. But I love Claire Obscura.
Let them be warm and strong, soft and deadly, kind and capable. But to do this, you have to stop treating any trace of femininity and beauty like design flaws that need correcting. And
yeah, I love when you repeat yourself 1,000 times. Also, again, since I said I love when you do that, bring up actual examples. You don't just show pictures and say, well, they did this because of this reason. Actually talk about it. You keep talking about Hornet. You clearly have not played the game. There is no femininity to Hornet. Not in any sort of real context. But oh yeah, dude, that's something a woman would do. Like,
you have to stop following this blueprint that keeps failing. It is time to stop building characters for an audience that does not exist and start building for us, the people who are actually here, waiting and ready to love your characters. Because right now in the big 2-5, the studios that show up for us are seeing massive wins, and that is something our industry desperately needs. If you made it to the end, thank you so much for being.
Oh, I hate myself for doing this. I hate myself for doing this, but I do this for you guys. So oh my God, I'm not even gonna look at the comments. I want to be done with this channel. There was no actual analysis of anything in this game at all. In that video, there was no analysis. What you saw in that video was someone agenda pushing. That's it. Agenda pushing. At every point she could, she was basically boiling down female characters to, are they hot? That's it. That's it. She very clearly only likes characters that look a certain way. She doesn't give a shit about actual characterization. I think I've proven that in this video, right? She doesn't care about the actual character. She talks about how the character looks. And yes, she repeated herself ad nauseum, but she talked about how the character looks, but at no point actually delved deep into the characters. Just how they looked. And this shit is so sad to me because again, if you watched her video about like, we'll just play a sample of it. We'll just play a sample of it. Because she wasn't always like this. But again, after the Asmongold bump, because even her first grifty ass video was like, whatever, like I showed you, but like built by love.
Fun gets you through the door.
Like, just look at this.
Right here in the heart. And not because of some epic boss fight or twist ending, but because you just genuinely love the characters. You cared and you rooted.
Also, I will say, and I always say, I hate when people just do random fucking B-roll footage. Like,
for them, and you just wanted them to succeed. I feel like games used to do this all the time.
Well, look at what she's doing here. She's talking about like,
yeah, they
the
are
different types of love, right?
Speakers here. I won't lie, because when we say love, we mean a plethora of different things, and these kinds of love show up actually all around us.
Well, look at her actually breaking stuff down.
From Final Fantasy.
Look at her actually being informative and talking about a topic she clearly does care about. Romances that ruin mascara. Titus, Yuna,
is Arthur and Mary from Red Dead Redemption 2. They actually never get their happy ending, and that's but because it matters. Titus and Yuna from Final Fantasy X, they start off worlds apart, literally and emotionally, but grow into each other in such a sweet, vulnerable way. It's a love story that lets you feel the warmth between them before it ever brings you to tears. But like I said before, romance isn't the only kind of bond that makes us care. Some of the most unforgettable connections in games, they're about loyalty, about standing beside someone because you choose.
Okay, and we'll skip to here. Like modern games, when modern games could have used more love.
Are just for fun, some are vibes, some are just pure fantasy or power trips, and that's totally fine. But if you want me to care about the world, about the people and the stakes and the danger, then you have to give me something worth caring about. Because if I'm risking everything, I need to feel like something is on the line. And that's where so many games miss the mark. They give you spectacle and scale and gorgeous cutscenes, but no one to miss or no one to ache for, and no one that you'd burn the world to save. Here are some games that just probably could have made me feel a little bit more. Far Cry 6. You're leading a revolution, but the allies kind of feel like questboard NPCs, and if they die, kind of just miss the firepower and not the person. And I know that's horrible. RIP to the rock. And in a world built on wonder, that kind of emotional empathy.
Okay, here's the thing though. Just from the sections I've showed you, is this not a night and day? Is this not night and day level of analysis? She gave you the definitions of different types of love, like eros, philia, storge, agape, right? Then she goes through and like essentially a least, or from most to least, like romance, ruins your mascara, then okay, ride or die friendships, then like family feels, then like sacrifice level, right? And at no point is she talking about like, well, these games didn't have it because they're woke or anything. She has valid critiques to say like, yeah, these games, they feel a little empty. They feel a little empty. They feel like they should have given me more as a person, as a player, to want to strive for.
Literally become a mythical god slayer. You burn the world and you sacrifice
Even
yourself.
in Elden Ring, right?
All, there's no one to love. There's no one to lose. Melina comes pretty close, but even she feels distant. But imagine if she was someone who really knew you and someone that you did not have the option to save, okay? That final decision, it would have shattered people.
See, but this is actually valid. All hope's not lost. Baldur's Gate 3, Exorcist 33, It Takes Two, whatever, like all the video. But like, this is a completely sincere video that she actually gives a shit about. I can tell she actually has her heart in this. But it only got 40,000 views. So no more giving a shit about things, more grifting content. Why do they keep doing this? Disney does not want you watching this. Like, and this is what I always talk about. This is what I always fucking talk about. There's always a point where you can see the actual passion. I'm not going to count this video because this is pretty grifty right here. You see the passion in this video. You can't make, you know, I'm going to actually like this video.
Fun gets you through the...
You see the passion in this video, the actual care, the humanity in this video. And that's completely devoid in her whole, there's a serious problem with women in games. Notice how she's never gone back to even touch, to even dip in the well of games built by love. It's just characters. Is it wrong to them be hot? And I like Arthur Morgan, but no longer is she doing the whole like sincere, like I actually give a shit about this. She's even visually changed too, but that could be her own personal choice, whatever. But like, even this video, she talks about.
I've never really been in.
She talks about relationships.
GTA, not in like a judgmental way. I kind of missed it. I grew up in a pretty traditional.
Watch.
I just sat there in total silence, thinking, "What the heck did I just experience?" Shortly after that, Red Dead 2 became my favorite game of all time.
Okay, hold on.
I don't know, I didn't really feel anything. I didn't have the nostalgia that other GTA players had, and for me, it just kind of felt like, spoiler, GTA. There was fast cars and I love a good female protagonist, but I don't know, over the last 5 to 8 years, so many games have been making them feel all the same. They're cold, edgy, not a lot of vulnerability, not very feminine. And even though Rockstar wrote amazing women in Red Dead, I couldn't help but worry. Please don't follow the trends. Please do what you do best. Fast forward to like last week, trailer 2 drops. And I don't know what kind of magic Rockstar sprinkled in on this one, but suddenly I was like, wait, am I going to like this game? There's a completely different tone in this one. It's still very GTA, very over the top and wild, but now it feels more focused, cinematic, and just personal. There's real emotion in it. And here's the thing, for me, that emotion completely transforms how I view the gameplay. Suddenly, all those car chases and heists are not just random pulling off a robbery. All of that is coming from Lucia and Jason. So at this point, pretty much all of that is coming from Lucia.
Right here.
That emotional connection makes every gameplay element look infinite.
Emotional connection.
And pretty much all of that is coming from Lucia and Jason.
The two
so
leads.
At this point, we still really don't know much about Lucia, but from what we do know, she just feels different. Obviously, she's very capable, yes, but very feminine. She's soft when she wants to be, romantic even. And Rockstar, at least so far, isn't stripping any of that away to make her seem tough. And that's really rare in games. There's this shot where she and Jason are smiling, drinking on like a pier, and she's just so happy looking, not stone-faced or hardened, but just like happy to be there. Or when she walks into the room
And so here's the thing.
gorgeous yellow dress. The camera's not ogling her, but it definitely sees her and it lets you know that she's there. All of this just reminds me of how
The camera's ogling her? Yes, it is. But all of this is to say, even though she's still trying to hit those points, it's very obvious. It's very obvious. Her whole thing is she wants to be emotionally invested in games. That's what she wants to talk about. She wants to talk about love and shit. But people didn't respond well to these videos like it did to this one when she was shitting on women. 40K, 95K. So then she stopped talking about this and only started shitting on women. Pitting women against each other. Pitting Rachel Zegler against fucking K-pop demon slayers. Pitting Mortal Kombat against Mortal Kombat and then again Tati Gabriel because she's in Mortal Kombat, right? Look at how they changed Jade. Jade's still hot. Tosh versus Eve. And then for the men, it's positive. Can we get more guys like this actually? But for the women, negative. Oh, you're mad at Nintendo? Let's put a woman on the cover. women. Evil. And it has Ghost of Yote on it. Like, this is what I'm talking about. It's so fucking formulaic, dude. I can always call it. Every time these people start off in their earlier part of the YouTube career and they have something that they're passionate about and it doesn't pop off, they switch to this shit so quickly. Hers was expedited because of the Asmongold boost, but they always do this. They never buckle down and be like, you know what? I'm going to make the content I want to make. It's always, well, shit, this got me views, so guess I'll shit on women part 2. Like, it's so sad, man, because like I actually felt like she gave a shit. That's legitimately why I didn't talk about this person. I've known about the background NPC for a hot minute now, but I didn't touch it because I was like, maybe she's not going to go down that path because of, you know, the video that I had seen. And then she's like, nah, fuck it. She got lucky about Ramen getting picked up by Asmongold. She got like 700 subs before. Yeah, I know. I literally, I saw it. I saw it happening. I literally saw it happening. After he gave her a shout out, she got like over like 180,000 subscribers. But that's what I'm talking about. This is no longer about genuine things. It's just about, because look again. Look at the views that she gets when she's not like actively shitting on stuff people care about. Love, 40K views. I never care about GTA, 95K views. Can we get more characters like this? 60K views. Roblox, 70K views. 76K views for Battlefield 6. Oh, but shitting on women, 181,000 views. Oh, completely doing a 180 on GTA 6 and focusing on an anime game when I've not mentioned basically anime games ever on this channel. Oh, hell yeah, because I know my audience. 112,000 views. Using Atsu's face to say these developers are rotting industry, 200K. Nintendo, 2,200,000. Disney abandoning men and wants them back, and you're going to have literally She-Hulk's face on it? Because for some reason, Tatiana Maslany is the face of no man for almost 300,000 views. Like, it's so blatantly apparent. It's so blatantly apparent, dude. And I think that's the part that hurts the most, man. Like, it's fucking sucks that I'm always correct with this shit. I'm never wrong with this. It's always gonna be this. It's always gonna be until until the pendulum swings so far back that people are just beating the shit out of Nazis on the streets again, and people actually cheering it and not saying like, you're just mad because they have a difference of opinion. This is it. This is it. Another person who I will say actually looks like had the talent that they could have grown on their own accord, under their own power, and not rely on a random Asmongold bump and try to maintain that audience. Because it's very obvious that audience doesn't give a shit about the shit that she cares about. So she now has to feed the whole women are bad. We only want women with big titties and are beautiful. And I won't go into depth about anyone's character because I can just say these dog whistles and you guys are going to watch my video. And the videos I actually want to make, I can't make anymore. Like, that's such a... Because even the output increased when she started just doing the, let's be real, when she started doing slop content. She started doing slop content. Again, in this video, that's only what? I think like 19 minutes long, 15 minutes long. She has this broken down by sections for a 15-minute video.
And all of this is why I...
For a 14-minute video, nothing. No broken, not broken down. For a video of a lesser time, nah. This video that we just watched didn't even do the effort of like sectioning it. And I'm not trying to be nitpicky, but I'm trying to show that even like the approach has become more streamlined because it's lazy content. She just repeats herself for 19 minutes, shows a bunch of images of games she clearly didn't play, and then just says like, these games are awesome because they have cosplay, and these games suck because they don't. Boom, 101,000 views because it's shitting on women. Shitting on Nintendo only got you 90. Shitting on Nintendo didn't even get her good views. Notice how when she had Mario on the cover, it got 89,000 views. But when she had a random woman on the cover, 229,000 views. Like, it's... Dude, it's so sad, but also so predictable. It's so predictable. So fucking predictable, man. I just don't get it. I don't get like, and maybe because I don't do YouTube for like money, but like, I don't understand why people are so willing, especially so early, to just get rid of any sort of like integrity they might have had and just sell out. Like, I do not get it. I do not get it. I don't get it. Also, just so you guys know, she's also signed with Mythic Talent, who is, you know, if you forgot who Mythic Talent is, that is Asmongold's agency. So kind of interesting how that works, huh? Kind of interesting how that worked. I mean, at least according to her Twitter page, which is linked to her YouTube account, she is signed with Mythic. I wonder if her YouTube is more or less the same. In 6 months of her making YouTube, she got seen by Asmongold and immediately signed by October, started in April. And it's just, I said YouTube, I meant to say her Twitter, whatever. I wonder what her content looked like prior to Asmongold. Legendary drops. Okay. Kind of Here's a close around the person who ruined your life in a good way. Oh, so this is just a repository for her videos and an occasional retweet. Okay, interesting. Not much personality going on there. Legal mindset. Oh, okay. Okay, I think I'm starting to see how deep this goes now. And if for some reason this eventually gets back to the background NPC, I said what I said, man. I think you had talent. I think you didn't need to go down this route. You clearly had a passion for what you're talking about. When you're talking about emotional connections in games, and I can feel how fake it is when you're talking about how like essentially shit is woke or how women aren't allowed to be hot. And I can tell it's fake because you're milking it. You've made a bunch of videos on that same topic. And usually when people dip into the well like that, it's because it's easy money. And I mean that, I guess in your case, literally, but I meant that figuratively, like it's easy content. Just like doing a React video. Irony, right? Easier content to do a React video than to make my own like non-React videos, which I still do, obviously, right? But I get it. But I think it sucks. I think it sucks, dude. Like, it fucking sucks. Hold on. She's not very old. Seems like allowing people don't attach much value to principal authenticity. Used to on American. Yeah, I mean that's the thing though too. Like obviously, listen, like it's very much a get your bag world, right? I just think there's I guess a more ethical way to be a bag getter and like not trying to rush the process. We talked about that earlier with the AI stuff, where people are so quick to want the end result, but they want to go through the process of doing shit. It's just, especially like, let's be really real. If she started her YouTube channel in April of this year, she was obviously aware of the climate out there. A video from a woman shitting on women is gonna pop off. Not to the point where maybe Asmongold sees it, but like that's putting blood in a water with sharks. You know, like it's not like she made this video in like 2020 when it wouldn't have popped out much. She has to have check the temperature first, right? And again, that's not to say that she doesn't, you know, have a grievance with how women are portrayed in games recently. I'm sure she does, but I don't think to this level. I think if that video only got like 10,000 views and her video about love got like 100,000 views, she would do that more often. And again, it's like, no duh, right? You do what gives you views. But I just feel like it's just so empty to do content like that. Especially when you actually have the skill set to be entertaining and to be like informative. Like again, that video when she's talking about love, she broke it down by section and there was passion and joy in that. Everything else she's done is passionless and joyless. It's just chat GPT-esque level of analysis. This character is graceful and has an iconic silhouette. She has an iconic inventory. What the fuck does that mean? Who cares? I said iconic. I'm using the buzzwords. Give me the money now. But maybe that's why, maybe I should just start doing that shit. Fuck it. Maybe I should just stop having integrity and be like, yeah, I'm going to just start making grifting content. The new avatar shit looks woke, you guys. I'm sorry. What do you mean you're having a POC avatar? Ugh. What's going to be the bad guy? The situations in the material world? Oh, pass. Pass. I guess, I mean, to each their own. I don't know, man. I don't know why this one this one does bum me out more than the other ones I cover, because you could watch those ones like, yeah, you guys had to do this. you kind of like, you kind of had to do this because your analysis sucks. Like Indiamon, the Smash JTs, they have to do what they do because their analysis sucks. And I feel like with the background NPC, she like deleted the part of herself that could actually be critical and have fair analysis in order to become this. Like I think she lessened herself as opposed to the guys who were already not able to analyze media that they try to talk about. That's what sucks more. It bums out seeing another woman do it. I'm sure it does, especially because we kind of know the fate for the anti-woke women. It's not the best. Again, look at Melanie Mack. The most views you have is 4K and 13 video. I mean, but it's like, is that something you wanted to do? You know what I mean? Like, maybe I'm a little bit too naive or too much of an idealist in this regard, but I hate the fact that everything that we do now is measured not in our like love for it or like, you know, just the love of the game, right? Everything is measured on views for YouTubers. Like, oh, it's views. It's views, it's views, it's views, it's views. This gets more views, so I'm going to do this. There's no passion though. There's no creativity. It's like, these are views, so I'm gonna do it. This one gives me 100,000 views. So I'll keep doing this, even though it's content that is derivative and I fucking hate. And I hate it so much. I'm gonna keep doing it. 40,000 views when you had like sub 1,000 fucking subscribers is a lot. It's a really good start. That's really good. Obviously, her first video, which again, I kind of, that had to have been a testing the water video to see which one was gonna pop off. The one that she didn't give a shit about, or the ones that she actually has passion about. But like, she got a ton of views. Like, you just started in April. And I don't know how many of those views came after the Asmongold bump, but still, let's say like, obviously Asmongold audience doesn't give a shit about love in video games, right? So let's say that like 10,000 people saw that. That's like at least 30,000 views you got on your own. For a channel that just started in April, that's really good. And now it's just like, now it's more just like, okay, we do anything for views. And again, it's not just her. It's like, it's the whole grifter space. People are just doing shit for views, right? And I'm not an idiot. I know that views do pay people's bills, but like, there are content creators that put they're passionate about this. And they actually put out content, you can tell they have passion about it. And then they were like, yeah, it sucks this video didn't get enough views, but they don't suddenly become like, all right, I'm gonna fucking be a grifter now. They either retool it, they might present their content in a different way, where it might have more broad appeal. Like, you might not get a lot of people talking about like fucking old school philosophers like Hegel, right? But then what if you were to present Hegel's philosophy within the lens of Nier Automata, or within the lens of, you know, this game people like so much? Oh shit, people actually listen to it and they're learning. That's Jacob Geller, right? Like, that's even my buddy Crime's New Roman. Like, you can talk about these popular topics, but you can present it in a way that's authentic to you. And I feel like we've lost that. Like, no one who's like, I guess, like blowing up or whatever at this time is doing it in a way where it's like authentic. They're doing it in a way where you're at the grift for it. But the people who have longevity are the ones who aren't grifters. I think that's what's being missed by all this too. Like, sure, you can blow up and get 1 million subscribers and 3 million subscribers, 10 million subscribers in like a short period of time. Awesome. But what's the longevity looking like? How many people are actually interested in your content for what you have to say versus you feeding their confirmation bias? Because that's what we've been seeing with these other channels. And that video I posted when I said the anti-woke is dying, I still hold that to be true. Because you look at those people's content and they're not pulling in the numbers they used to pull in because people got sick of that shit. But if you're now going to plant your flag on anti-woke mountain and you're going to be higher and higher and higher on that mountain, what are you going to do? Because guess what? You put out another video talking about how much you love, this is your favorite relationship in all video games. No one's going to see it because the algorithm has been conditioned to be like, no, you got to put out rage baity stuff because that's what your channel does. Right? It's why like Let's Play channels we're seeing as dying are hard to get into now is because more content has switched away from Let's Play more to commentary. But if you were a Let's Play channel and you got bigger doing Let's Play channel, your shit's still gonna get pushed. I still see fucking Rad Brad videos. I don't even subscribe to him anymore. You know, you'll still see gameplay footage because people know you for that, that people are conditioned for that. And your audience is conditioned for that. But people are going to get tired of the incessant anti-woke bullshit, no matter if it's dressed up in a rotting roach man, a Pee Wee Herman's hallucination, AI hallucination, or a cozy female gamer with a kind of like sweet voice. They're gonna get sick of it. But speaking of voice, I don't want to destroy mine, and I'm still kind of like recovering from blowing it out. And I said I was gonna play video games today, but I fucking didn't because I got so mad. 4.5 hours. Ugh. Her voice sounds like she criticized females in video games to give them the same females flag, almost like she's trying to appease anti-woke. She is trying to appease the anti-woke side. But that's the whole point, though. She is trying to appease them. That's why she threw up those pictures of like Mary Jane and what's her face from Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophecy, and Abby, right, and Freya, because she knows, and Fable, because she knows. She didn't arbitrarily pick them. She picked fucking Immortals of Avium as if that game was a well-received, well-played game, because she's trying to equate the wokeness of it, right? The women being big and muscular as the reason why the game failed. Like, she knows what she's doing. It's very transparent. She mentions the same people that they always mention. I only gave her credit on not talking about Dustborn, but she did bring up Concord in one of her videos that we saw. So, like, again, it's a very predictable path. Talk about Concord. Talk about fucking Dustborn or Dustborn adjacent. Talk about how women are looking too butch, or women are too buff, women aren't feminine, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and there you go. That's it. She was actually more original when she talked about the love shit. I even gave her a pass on some of the other stuff. Like, you know what? You know, you're finding your feet. But now she's just like the rest of them. There's nothing now separating her from like a Vera Dark. She does slightly longer videos, not reading off of Twitter. That's an improvement. But like, they're talking about the same shit. Like, there's nothing separating you now. And once you become just like the rest of them, then you have the same fate like the rest of them. Your whole thing is now contingent on how many guys want to come listen to you talk about why women are bad. That's it. That's it. Happy to see people calling these grifters out. Yeah, man, that's kind of what my content pivoted towards. If I'm not talking about grifters, I'm talking about capitalism ruining gaming. What I do now. But again, as I showed you on my other videos, this isn't like a new thing for me. I might focus on it more, but I've always been this way. You can see my older videos, and I still talk about these issues. You can go back like 4 years, and you'll find a video of me ranting about loot boxes and how I hate that system because it's capitalist against gambling. But again, these people are just like this. They don't want longevity. That's what I'm getting at. They're very much okay with grifting right now, and then they're going to just try to figure it out when the tides change. I can't believe she was trying to use fucking cosplay as the metric of like a game's like success or not, or people like a game or not. Like, it's so disingenuous, man. It's so disingenuous. Using games, by the way, where you have character creators is automatically disqualifying for me. You can't talk about like, look at how the main characters look, and it's like, you made them that way. Like, what are you talking about? But she was glazing her own OC in Baldur's Gate 3 as if that was like a a point in Baldur's Gate's favor. But okay, you guys, the void is done. We're done with the void. I'm tired. It's been 4 hours, 4.5 hours. So as always, thank you guys for stopping by, who were able to stop by. I will say this though. I normally do edit down these streams and make it like their own personal videos, but if for some of you freaks out there who want to watch this entire stream, I will try to timestamp it by this weekend so you can watch it however you want to watch it. But I'm gonna go now. Thank you guys for coming. Also, I think at this point, it's safe to say that if I make a title that talks about me yapping first and then gaming, we're probably not going to play video games. But I don't think people are too beat up about not watching me play video games. Unless you wanted me to finish playing Silent Hill F, you're probably not too beat up over that. So, good night, everyone. I hope you guys had a good weekend. If you do want me to finish Silent Hill F, I'm gonna need you guys to also watch my Silent Hill F gameplay videos, so I know. Just leave a comment, just like finish this, and I'll finish it, even if it's just one comment. I'm not trying to say this to boost engagement. I just literally forget. You guys have seen my streams. I forget, but